The following is brought to you in part by a grant from the Foundation for White Wellbeing.
Silent nights, but my heart's awake. Looking back, it was my mistake. Letting guilt take the joy away. But now I see there's a better way. This season's not for shame or fear. It's love and hope that brought us here. God made me, so I'll stand tall. No guilt, just grace. He loves us all. So I'll sing, I'll rise. Let my spirit shine. No guilt can dim this light of mine. With faith, we'll heal. Together we'll climb. God's love will save us every time. Candles glow and the bells will ring. A brighter future's the song we sing. Our history's ours, it made us strong. In His embrace we all belong. This season's not for shame or fear. It's love and hope that brought us here. God made me, so I'll stand tall. No guilt, just grace. He loves us all. So I'll sing, I'll rise. Let my spirit shine. No guilt can dim this light of mine. With faith, we'll heal. Together we'll climb. God's love will save us every time. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Under the mistletoe, hearts collide. No guilt, no shame, just love worldwide. We're chosen, we're cherished, can't you see? A Christmas promise to set us free. So I'll sing, I'll rise. Let my spirit shine. No guilt can dim this light of mine. With faith, we'll heal. Together we'll climb. Will save us every time. Under the mistletoe, hearts collide. No guilt, no shame, just love worldwide. We're chosen, we're cherished, can't you see? A Christmas promise to set us free. So I'll sing, I'll rise. Let my spirit shine. No guilt can dim this light of mine. No guilt can dim this light of mine. With faith, we'll heal. Together we'll climb. God's love will save us every time. Christmas joy is the path we take. No guilt, just grace for heaven's sake. With hearts redeemed, we'll always be forever loved, forever free.
Just basic coffee. Our people have been drinking it for a long time. You could also do the same with tea. Find what works for you, what you don't have an adverse reaction to, and put it to work for white well-being. That's what I do. That's what this body's for. That's why I'm alive. There's a biospirit in here. I was born with, I wasn't born with a citizenship, wasn't born with a religion. I wasn't born with a national slogan or song. None of that. I wasn't even born with an American or Southern identity. I was born with the biospirit of the West. That's what you are. If you're white, if you're a Westman, that is what you are. Everything else you put on top of you. Everything else you put over top of you.
'Cause we want retribution. Oh yeah, we want retribution. Oh yeah, we want retribution. Oh yeah, we want retribution. Yeah, we ran out of patience. Boil up with the cold hard hatred. I can feel the vibration. Feet in the streets, it's a new sensation. I wanna break faces on the pavement. I wanna make greatness look complacent. Adrenaline awakened, I can taste it. We can make an impact, grab and then take it. Like a disease, bring to their knees. No pay for their disease. Just like a weed, spread into the streets. It's time to make them bleed. 'Cause we just want retribution. Let's go light up the darkness. Make true of an empty promise. Flip cards into weak and harmless. Take to the streets and turn them to a mosh pit. 'Cause we want retribution. Oh yeah, we want retribution. Oh yeah, we want retribution. Oh yeah, we want retribution. In a world that's trying to tear us apart, they throw their stones, but I've got a brave heart. I'm proud of my roots, I won't be ashamed. With fire in my soul, I'll never be tamed. They want us silent, but I'll raise my voice. With every ounce of strength, I'll make my choice. No more shadow, I'll step into the light. With pride in my blood, I'll stand and fight. No white guilt, I'll carry the flame. In this fight for our honor, I'll stake my claim. With every heartbeat, I'll stand my ground. In a world of chaos, my voice will resound. They try to erase us, rewrite the past, but the strength of our heritage is built to last. I'll shout it from the rooftops, let the truth be known. With every step I take, I'm never alone. They can't take my spirit, they can't take my pride. With my brothers beside me, I'll never hide. Together we'll rise, we'll break through the night. With courage in our hearts, we'll win this fight. No white guilt, I'll carry the flame. In this fight for our honor, I'll stake my claim. With every heartbeat, I'll stand my ground. In a world of chaos, my voice will resound. So here I stand, unyielding and proud. In the face of the hate, I'll shout it loud. No more guilt, no more chains to bind. With pride in my heritage, I'll never unwind. We'll carry the torch, we'll light up the night. In this battle for truth, we'll stand and fight. We'll strengthen our hearts and pride in our soul. We'll rise together, we'll take control. No white guilt, I'll carry the flame. In this fight for our honor, I'll stake my claim. With every heartbeat, I'll stand my ground. In a world of
There's nothing left but the fire in my chest and the air that fills my lungs. I'll hold my tears and trade my ears for a glimpse at kingdom come. On the other side of misery, there's a world we long to see. The strife we share will take us there to relief and sovereignty. Oh, by God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. In our own towns, we're foreigners now. Our names are spat and cursed. The headline smack of another attack, not the last and not the worst. Oh, my fathers, they look down on me. I wonder what they feel to see their noble sons driven down beneath a coward's heel. Oh, my God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. The road is dark, the way is lost. My eyes, they strain to see. I struggle forth to find a friend to light the way for me. Oh, brothers, can you hear my voice, or am I all alone? If there's no fire to guide my way, then I will start my own. Oh, my God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. Oh, by God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home.
Welcome to White Wellbeing Church. It's the beginning of December, the last month of this year, and we are rocking it, ladies and gentlemen. Featured stories today. PM Keir Starmer says white erasure was planned. Oh, really? Cuck-servatives are a big obstacle to white well-being. A review of AcademicAgent and so much more in the news. Go free lesson of the day. When you go free, who and what you are. This is who and what you are. Don't let anyone say otherwise. Your comments and questions, and then there's this. Two Irishmen are in a graveyard. One, a biospiritual Irishman, and the other, a paper Irishman. Mo starts reading the gravestones. Hey, Patty, he says, would you look at this? A feller here has 90 as the age when he died. Who's that? Says Patty. Somebody called O'Toole from Kerry, he replies. Patty says, never mind him. There's a feller here called Murphy, was 99 when he died, from Castletown of all places. Well, that's nothing, says Mo. What about what's written on this feller's stone, right over here beside the gate? Stone says 147. 147? That's amazing, says Patty. Who is he? Well, according to the stone, says Mo, it's somebody called Miles from Dublin.
The white guilt
Merry Christmas. Hey, it's not an easy thing reading gravestones and figuring them out, especially when you're originally from a foreign land. It is wonderful to be here. It is 5 p.m. in the once great state of Virginia, across from Mordor on the Potomac. It is 7 in Sydney, 10 in London, and midnight in Moscow. Glorious to be here. What time is it where you are during the beginning of the Church of White Wellbeing on this glorious Sunday, December 1? It is amazing. It's amazing to be with all of you here today. If you would like to financially gift over the course of this gathering, you are welcome to do so. And you can do so over at Odyssey, which is up and running, Cash dollars, but also in their funny little cryptocurrency, D Live in their cryptocurrency, Premium Rumble in Cash dollars over there, but please no more than $1 as they take a shit ton out of your financial gift. Cash App is also an option. Subscribestar is up and running, and I'll be keeping an eye on that as well. If you would like to financially gift in a cryptocurrency, you can do so by heading on over to noideal.org, noideal.org, and you'll see the financial gift tab. You'll click on that. You'll see the cryptocurrency wallets that I use. You'll also see a snail mail address. Should you ever want to send me any glorious Christmas mail over the course of this December, it's glorious, it's Christmas. Say it loud, say it proud. I've said it everywhere. I'm making them mad. Merry Christmas to you. Merry Christmas. And if you have a pig ring through your nose, it's Merry Christmas to you, bitches. You may also financially gift. You may also financially gift in a way that you don't even have to think about it. And there are options for that over on the financial gift tab once a month. And we celebrate you at the beginning of the month. And we'll be doing that today. The All-Stars and the Honors Roll today. Roll call, we'll be celebrating them. Of course, if you would like to donate, though, by way of a 501c3, you can do so at knowwhyguilt.org. When you get there, you'll see the link for the Foundation for White Wellbeing.org or .com, the Foundation for White Wellbeing, or you may go there directly. When you donate there at this 501c3, and we're getting to the end of the year, make sure all of your workplaces know that the Foundation for White Wellbeing is an option. Make sure that we are on the list and that your friends and family know, hey, if you want to bring down that taxable income, this is the entity through which to do that. Everything else is, of course, going to be anti-white to one degree or another, and you don't want to give any of your hard-earned dollars to them, either one degree or another. Otherwise, you're going to want to tag yours truly while we are together. You can do so. I'll be keeping a very close eye on live chat on Twitter. So if you're over there on Twitter, make sure you share the live stream because we are here in the White Positive ADL, the Church of White Wellbeing, and I am your Pope, I am your deacon, I am your priest, I am your emperor, and I am here to preach to you the good word of the coming Western sunrise and make knights of you, knights of the white table, so that you too can climb the mountains in the West and elevate the sun on your shoulders so that we recapture our destiny and we don't have anti-whites or Cuck-servatives who are anti-white to some degree or another, or maybe they're just some degree or another, and whatever getting in our way. We're not going to let it happen. We are going to recapture our destiny, ladies and gentlemen. The children, the white children of the future, will be so very grateful, and they will sing our paean into the heavens. They will write stories about us. They will remember those who have struggled so valiantly. If you missed Thanksgiving, happy Thanksgiving to you, but otherwise a big and bold Merry Christmas. Good Yule to all of you. It is glorious to be with you. Tag me as No White Guilt across the different platforms. I want to hear what you have to say while we are together. I want to hear your questions. I want to hear your comments. I want to hear your whatever. We really shook up the hornet's nest a little bit of the losers, the J-Spurgs, the Soy Goys. Like, boy, they got all bent out of shape since yours truly was 100% right. And their content creators were 100% wrong about instant warfare with Donald J. Trump, instant warfare. And their loser content creators, all of them to a man, to a woman, to a thing, We're all wrong 100%. And so now they're coming to attack me because they're little shits. They're little shits. Every one of them is a little shit, like a little rabbit turd, a little tiny rabbit turd. And they've been coming out. But you can, if you're one of them, you can tag me and I will burn you down to nothing but ashes, you loser. But otherwise, you can tag me also with your comments or questions. We want to have a big conversation over the course of the gathering. We want to have fun. We want to make progress. We want to make our future our making, ladies and gentlemen. Why don't we get started right away with a little bit of warm Christmas cheer, time of year, especially if you're an anti-white. This is beautiful kind of Christmas cheer we love to hear. Ladies and gentlemen, a most warm Christmas greetings to you from the anti-whites.
They say killed her father with an ice climbing axe. Court documents say 33-year-old Corey Burke admitted the crime to police. According to the report, Burke told investigators she ambushed her dad after an argument about turning the lights off in the house. Ooh. Police say afterwards, Burke went upstairs and reportedly smashed several windows in their house, leading neighbors to call 911. Burke has no known criminal history. She is now charged with murder. Her bail was set at $2 million.
Okay. Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas. Of course, this happened not today, just a couple days ago now. A space rocket program engineer, butchered her father. This is what happens in an anti-white household, ladies and gentlemen. This woman is a anti-white activist, specifically anti-white in the sense of pushing homosexuality, transgenderism. This is what she pushes. And of course, since she's a female, she was hired to a six-figure salary and working as a space rocket program manager. What exactly does that do? I don't know. Probably nothing of any value. And but that was her job. And she was also married to a woman. And but for some reason she was at home. Maybe these stories about the massive fights in these female relationships, maybe there's something to that. I don't know, but you'll have to check it out for yourself. But she was home with Pops, and Trump won, and so she decided the lights are going out. The lights. Merry Christmas to you. The lights are. These are sane and healthy people. I mean, come on. These are normal, sane, healthy people. And the dad's like, I don't think so. I'm not ready to go to bed yet. He's waddling around the house. He's 67. Maybe he's not in the best of shape. And she's like, oh, yeah, Dad. Oh, yeah. Time to kill the patriarchy. Time to kill the white male patriarchy. So she goes and gets an ice pick axe and then goes to work on her father. I mean, Merry Christmas in the anti-white household. Found smiling. When the police pulled up, she was found smiling and clapping, covered in her father's blood. Corey Burke considered the bloody rampage in which she allegedly strangled, bit, and hacked. This is totally normal. These people aren't fit for the insane asylum. Oh, no. We have to just embrace, as part of the inversion of all of our norms, as part of the white erasure of all of our norms, we just have to embrace the total ass nuts, crazy ass anti-whites. We just have to embrace them and say that how normal they are. This is just another way to live, is to hack Pops to death with an ice axe. How dare you look down on this and say there's something wrong? She just identified as an ice pick murderer for the moment. There shouldn't be any punishment. So she strangled, bit, and hacked her 67-year-old father in his $800,000 house in Seattle. An act that she called an act of liberation. The charging documents allege. Look at this lovely creature right here. Look at how wonderful she looks. Burke, 33, is a training program manager at Blue Origin. Jeff, anti-white Bezos spacecraft company. According to, why does that all sound like that's like children playing? Like all of that sounds, except he is, multi-billionaire. According to her LinkedIn, and is married to a prominent transgender writer, Samantha Lee Allen, public record. But I guess things weren't so harmonious. I guess it wasn't so blissful in their household. So look at these two. Come on. Instant thoughts. Come on. Instant thoughts. Totally normal, right? Is that what tag me as no one got? First thought. Love to have these people over for a cup of tea. Would you like to come in for a cup of tea? And then you kill me. See, that's a British lady rapper is what I just did there. Come on in. Just come on over for you wouldn't invite them over for the barbecue? What are you, some kind of bigot? What are you judging them just because she's likely to bite and strangle and hack her own father with an ice climbing axe to pieces? Well, how discriminatory. Merry Christmas. Look at her. Oh, she's so, look, boy, she is just, everybody out there. Girl power. There she goes. I'm off to be a rocket manager engineer. Yay, girls. Yay. Hollywood physics. Yay. Their rockets suck. I'm waiting for them to produce a giant taco rocket. When is that coming? When is the taco rocket on its way? No, rockets are so phallic. Damn white man. They're big and white and phallic, and we hate them. We're going to produce a little brown taco rocket. That's what it's going to be. Just as soon as she gets done hacking her father to death. Allen is the author of the acclaimed book. Now, I can't get a view. I can get plagiarized. And then the guy who plagiarizes me makes $1 million, and Fox News and everybody are celebrating. You're like, yay, he's so genius. He's taken what this white man did and then turned it into a bunch of abstractions. Let's get him $1 million in sales. Let's do that. Let's have him on multiple channels. I can't get anybody. But this is the acclaimed book. You're going to love that. No way you're going to be able to guess what the title is. Real Queer in America. Really? How edgy. But you're so brave. How did you come out and write a book that's widely acclaimed and highly acclaimed and called Real Queer America? No shit. How original. Man, you are just cutting edge. You are against all the norms of the day. LGBT stories from red states. In other words, make believe. In other words, all anecdotes. In other words, nobody can find any evidence for any of the claims. Kim, what did I just hear? Can Aqua Tofana for Jason? Bring it on, bitches, with your little Taco Brown rockets. The killing, and an editor as well at a transgender news publication. Wow. Probably making six figures there as well, probably subsidized with taxpayer dollars. The killing was meant to help people change their attitude to their parents, she said. This is literally, so she walks out and I want you to appreciate this. She's standing outside. She's just did what she did to dad and then went through his house, busting all the windows out. Now she's standing outside. The police pull up. She's covered in his blood in her mouth, blood on her hands. She's clapping, and she is in perfect anti-white speak. She immediately tells the police officers that it was an act of liberation. I mean, it was an act. And then she says the killing, murdering her father was meant to, quote, help people change their attachment to their parents. Hell, yeah, you've changed your attachment, all right. I would say you change your attachment when you plunge a mountain climbing ice axe into the old man's back. You've changed your attachment. You've gone from daughter whom he reared and cared for and held and loved and hugged and wrote or read stories to and everything, to the victim, and you are the murderer and he is the murdered individual. So you've changed the relationship, all right. But imagine this psychosis that she can go into perfect anti-white speak in the midst of that mess. Just, yay. Yeah, I guarantee you it's one of these claps where it's just like the palms. Yay. This was liberation. This was an act of liberation against the white patriarchal state that dominates the civilizations of the world. And she said, quote, had to happen today. So you think I was joking that she wasn't in that state, but went right into perfect anti-white speak. Like you're at work and they come to you and they say, oh, you got to go to the anti-white obedience training today. And you go in there and somebody is speaking in the perfect anti-white speak, okay? Or you're in school and they're like, oh, you have to take this class and that class and this class, or you're just in a class that has nothing to do with anything socio-political, but the professor is still going to browbeat you with the perfect anti-white speech. Perfect. And moments before, all of those speakers could have been butchering and eating by biting their own fathers. This is the mindset of anti-whites. This is what you're up against. That's how fucking sick and demented they are. It had to happen today, Burke told police, her face covered in her father's blood, according to the court documents. You know, I wonder why. I mean, this is pretty sensational, isn't it? Why isn't this like being talked about from coast to coast and in every Western country? This is pretty sensational. You can imagine the scenario, change, reverse things, flip things around a little bit, and you would never hear the end of it. Immediately made for TV movies, sitcoms, dozens, scores and scores of them would begin production. Silver screen movies would begin production so that they would be hitting you with it in numerous iterations again and again and again, how evil a white race is. But no, it happens with this anti-white pig who is able, literally, think of how fucking crazy they actually are. When they're speaking to you at the front of the anti-white obedience training at work, that when you say, wow, that sounds like some crazy shit. Look at that wild-eyed, crazy shit coming out of the mouth. And that is exactly what this little cupcake did to dad and was able to come right out and talk the exact same way. Because this is crazy speak. Anti-whiteism is crazy speak. Burke has been upset about the election of Trump, who handily beat Kamala Harris, and she allegedly snapped. Apparently, when her father, Timothy Burke, refused to turn off the lights. She grabbed a pickaxe. So it's not even just like an axe. This psycho grabbed a pickaxe. If you live with anti-whites, get away. Get away. If you see them browsing pickaxes on Amazon, get away. Tripped her father. So this is what she did. She hid in wait. And then when the old man was going by, she tripped him. And then, according to the court documents, choked him and bit him on the floor. Arr, Dad. Arr, Dad. Patriarchy. Arr. And then, of course, that wasn't going to be enough. So then she pulls out the pickaxe of love. That's how the anti-whites would, of course, that's the terminology they would put to it. That's how they would phrase it. She broke out the pickaxe of love. And then she began dealing the love blows to old dad, which I'm going to tell you, this is not going to be a pleasant death. I'm going to go ahead and point out that being at 67 years of age, falling to the floor is nasty enough. That's a nasty thing. But then to have someone choking you, but not having enough muscle to really put you out of your business, and at the same time biting you. It sounds like not pleasant. And you can't really do it because she's just a little cupcake, and her little girly hands, they just can't do it. And so she's gonna work on the damn father. And dad can't get up because he's 67 and he's old and he's weak, and he's like, oh my God, this crazy bitch is on my back. She's and biting him and everything. And then when she starts using the pickaxe on him, I'm going to tell you, it's not, you don't go quickly. This is not a quick, painless death. This was monstrous. This was butchery. This was animalistic. There was nothing. He took a long time. In fact, she probably got up off of him and she was going through the house, busting all the windows, and he was still alive, bleeding, hacked up, not able to move. Absolutely monstrous. A little sensational. I wonder why this isn't everywhere on the news. I wonder why. I mean, there was just a little blurb here and a blurb there and a blurb there. When cops arrived, they found Burke clapping. Quote, clapping because she was so happy. Oh, look at the happy couple. Look at the happy couple. Hey, turning your system, your mores and everything upside down. That's the right thing to do, white people. That's turning it upside down is the right thing to do. Hack away, hack away, hack away all. Burke has worked at Blue Origin for about 5 years, making 6 figures according to the LinkedIn page, and lived with her father in the house in South Seattle, where everything is normal. Burke told police she had a strained relationship with her father. Then why did you keep retreating to his home? Did you also have a strained relationship with your wife? And get this, though. Strained relationship with her father without strong boundaries. I shit you not. She's blaming him for not having strong enough boundaries. And the lack of strong boundaries, according to Burke, left her feeling hyper-focused and disorganized. So, every time the woman in your life is acting out, just remember, if you don't lay down the law on strong boundaries, she's going to feel hyper-focused and disorganized, and she's going to be on Amazon shopping for hiking axe picks. Just remember, she's going to be looking for weapons to maybe take you out. Where's the ice axe? What is this, dear? Oh, I ordered an ice axe. Are you thinking about going mountain climbing? No. It's just a whim. Trump's election victory overwhelmed her and finally pushed this tension to the breaking point, she said. When officers arrived, she came out of the house with her hands up and blood smeared on her face. But she said she didn't have any idea where the blood came from. Except she also said it was an act of liberation and it had to be done. Perfect anti-white speech. Perfectly normal. And then she said, I killed him. Didn't know what had been done, but she also said, she whispering, I killed him. I killed him. It seriously says. She's been charged with first-degree murder, and keep an eye out for some anti-white judge to give her the easy treatment. After all, it was only her father that she butchered in the name of anti-whiteism. How can you get mad over that? But really what we have to get to is Keir Starmer. As audio begins to play, did you all hear about this? Keir Starmer and the idiot. I don't know if this is Israel First Breitbart saying great replacement, or if Keir Starmer said great replacement. You only say great replacement if you are a Harry Dingleberry. That is the only time you say great replacement. Unless you're talking about a new refrigerator or a new television. These are great replacements. Let's say you drive a Pinto. Let's say you drive a Pinto and it has a rust hole in it that looks a little bit like that birthmark on Gorbachev. It's just like in total, just rags, threadbare. And then you have a great replacement of a Maserati. You have had a great replacement now. Let us say you have a 40-some-year-old wife who's shopping for these ice pickaxes on Amazon. And you get rid of her and you bring in a 24-year-old knockout who says she just wants to have your babies. That is a great replacement. If you're talking about the white race, I'm going to tell you now, the psychological warfare operators gave us this pleasant and wonderful sounding psychological warfare concept of great replacement, and they push it. Never, ever repeat great replacement unless you want white erasure. Only say that if you want it. If you don't understand, then don't worry about not being able to understand. There's a lot you don't get in the world. It is white erasure. When it is physical, it is biological white erasure. And I will debate anybody and I will burn them to a crisp over this. Nevertheless, Breitbart says, white erasure. White British set to become minority, numerical minority by 2050, as PM admits, failed, quote, open borders experiment, close quote, imposed by design. So are you going to let them get away with calling this it was just a bit of an experiment? I can tell you right now from the title of this, by design, absolutely. Not by the design, and you'll just make yourself look a fool if you say, well, there's just a couple of people at the top that are doing all of this. No, it's by design by every single anti-white at every single level. And you'll see by some stories later in the gathering today of the judge of white well-being, that it's everybody, it's every single anti-white wanting anti-white outcomes, which means that you're going to have to address the ideology that they hold and act upon. You're not going to be able to badmouth or lambaste a race of people or a group of people because in your childish mind, if we just get rid of them, then you get rid of the people at the top, and then you get rid of all of this. You are a TARDIS. Stop being a TARDIS. Do the right thing. We are the only community having success. You all are attacking me because I was right about Donald Trump coming into office and your content creators were wrong. So you're showing up instead of improving, instead of saying, I'm not going to listen to those people anymore. They're showing up, folks, all over my platforms, all over them. And they're like, oh, this guy is a F it. This guy is a Jew. This guy's a homosexual. This guy, on and on and on again. Because I was right and they were wrong. AOC is with us. As beautiful, decorative Christmas closet. So festive. It is so festive. Take a look. Look at that beautiful scene. It's snowing. We could sit by the fire and watch the snowfall. I had to share the stream manually from here because it's not appearing on your X page. I noticed that you have to click. Are you all seeing on X that let's see. Yeah, it's not. I mean, it shows that I'm live streaming and that you can, with the circle around my avatar and it says live, and you can click on that and it pulls it up. But otherwise, it's not even, it's not playing. And what's odd is I have it opened over here, and my tweet for the stream doesn't even show. I mean, X is totally legitimate. X is totally legitimate. I come over here, different machine, and I look, and my tweet is there on my same X account. Both of them, different machines. My X account is open. On this one, off to this side, it shows, well, look, now it doesn't. They took my tweet away. Can any of you see my tweet of this stream on my thread? Wow. Look at this bullshit. I tweeted, Anglo-Saxon can see it. It's not on my, right before we started, my tweet of this stream was on this machine, but it wasn't playing. Once I started streaming, I looked at it, it wasn't playing. And I refreshed a couple times, it wasn't playing. On this machine over here, it's not even on my thread. It doesn't even show up. I'm looking at it. And then now you just witnessed where I refreshed this one, and now the tweet is not showing up over here either. So, yeah, I mean, it's like their censorship, their shadow banning is screwing up a little bit, I guess. I don't know. And revealing itself a little too clearly. I mean, what a joke. What a joke. Free speech, my ass. Yeah, well, share wherever and however you can, because you can see the blatant efforts of Twitter, X, censoring me. Oh no, a little earlier today, there was a Twitter live stream on Twitter of a bunch of Jew haters. That thing was visible. I don't follow any of the people, and they recommended it to me. It was visible and had thousands of Jew haters in it. But we go to stream, and it's not even showing up for the fucking streamer. What a joke. So if you're listening right now, it looks like 300 people on Twitter. Grab this and share it on your stream. Overcome the censorship. Tweet toward Twitter, X, and say, we can see you're censoring this guy. We can see it live right now that you are censoring this guy. Fuck if this is free speech. Just another way of controlling opposition. And that's part of what we're going to be looking at. So it's totally appropriate to mention is the Cuck-servative element that is a huge opposition to the recapture of the destiny of the white race and putting it into our victimization. We'll be talking about it. We'll get to it. Thank you for mentioning it. There's Ivan's with us. Ivan didn't see either of your tweets of the streams until Ivan looked in the OT group chat. Jesus. Let me do this. What a joke. Let's see what happens if I do that. You going to hide that too? Twitter? I mean, talk about having the system or the population bamboozled. Everybody right now, they're just like, yay, yay, it's all fixed. Your options on Twitter are these. You can be a Jew hater or a cuck. Those are your options. So I just tweeted the URL of the live stream. I don't know how it's going to show up. For me, it just looks like a URL. We're going to keep moving, though. Let me know if you all find anything else going on or another way to share it. Tag me as No White Guilt. We're going to get into this Keir Starmer and keep the show on the road. Great replacement. Unbelievable. And perfectly a great example of the psychological warfare that is wielded by the regime. Absolutely. Why would, to call what's happening to us a great, on its face, it's obviously dumb. On its face, it's obviously stupid. White British set to become numerical minority by 2050. I haven't looked at the numbers in the UK, but I can tell you right now, the US is going to be 2030 at a minimum. And I've been saying that for a long time. When they were saying for the US 2050, 2060, I was saying 2030. I'm going to be right again, but it won't matter. Being right doesn't matter to most imbeciles out there, but I will be right again. But the thing here, I got to get into this article. Open borders experiment? Ain't no experiment. A leading demographer has warned that the white British population may become a minority by the middle of the century if current trends continue, as Prime Minister Sir Keir Starmer, how about kiss my ass, Keir Starmer, declared this week that the open borders experiment, it was just a little experiment we were doing. How do you like the rape? How do you like the rape? How do you like the impoverishment? How do you like the falling wages? How do you like getting white erased from your job so that they could bring in a diversity person to replace, to white erase you from your work? How do you like that? How do you like having worked your whole life and you have earned and you have studied and you have given your time away from your family for that promotion that now you deserve, that you don't get because you got that position has been white erased. You got to step aside. Somebody else who is not a white male is going to get it. And then you think that that's bad enough for you because you only get to live one life. So it pretty much is wretched, isn't it? You've done all the work. You don't get it. Even worse damage done to your sons, to your white sons who learn, and your white male peers who are younger than you, who learn that it doesn't matter how hard you work as a white male, you're not getting the job. You're not getting the promotion. That is devastating to a population to learn that. On the basis of your essence, the ramification of that is infinitely more damaging to a people than the individual who didn't get what he earned. But that doesn't matter because you're just white. So it's just an experiment. Was a failure imposed on the country by design. Okay, well then call it what it is, Starmer. Call it anti-whiteism. That's what it is. He could say, he doesn't even have to have the concepts we have. He could say, this is designed to, he could put it in any words that occur to him. Get rid of the white people in this country. They specifically are targeting white people. And who? And let me give you some of the names of the leading anti-whites who are the movers and shakers. We go to the cocktail party and this guy and that woman and this, and they want to get rid of all the white people in this country. Tell us. Don't give us these fucking riddles. An experiment conducted by whom? What's behind it? What is the objective for it? What is the engine? Where's the money come from? Don't give us a fucking riddle. We're well beyond the opportunity to, blink at us, wink at us. Hey, we got an experiment thing going on here. Is something wrong with your eye? You need to see an eye doctor? In an apparent confirmation of what many derided as a conspiracy theory, the notion of a great replacement agenda, Prime Minister Starmer said that progressive Tory governments deliberately decided to liberalize immigration following Brexit to turn Britain into a one-nation experiment and open borders. How can we say abstraction coward? Everybody, can we say abstraction coward? This is not the Britain that we white people made it. The English were badasses at one point. And now this is the leadership. Oh, white race being obliterated, and he's going to turn it into an abstraction of an experiment. Well, we had some ideas about this experiment, ideas that we could do this in humanity, and we could do that with all of humanity. This is the shit that leaks down from the cucks at the top. And that's why these cucks get money. That's why these cucks are funded. Like Benny Johnson and so many others. That's why these cucks constantly get so much money. So that they can be the voice of resistance. You know how they find these guys? They wait inside of male bathrooms. And the guys that have the smallest units, they follow out and they're like, hey, you want a job? 6 figures. 6 figures for you. All you have to do is every time white people are clearly being discriminated against, persecuted, etc., on the basis of their birth, you just have to postulate some abstractions about it, okay? Just never talk about the reality of what's happening. And by the way, we're the community who has it right. Because we demand that these losers, these cowards, talk about our victimization. Those others out there that want these cowards to talk about Jews, those people don't give a shit about white people. They have no part in or play in the well-being of white people. Their existence is built out of their dislike and hatred and jealousy of Jews. That's all it is. We want these people, those people, those Jew haters, they hear me talking about demanding of the politicians that they talk about our victimization, and then they attack me. So are they representing white people? Or are their recommendations for the good of white people? Obviously, no. Quote, this happened by design, not accident. Policies were reformed. And then, by the way, the Cuck-servatives always come in after the leftists, and then they keep it going. They keep it going. In some areas, they pull back the anti-whiteism a little bit, but they just keep it going. Like already right now, we're seeing all across Cuck-servative media, can't stop talking about the 2-year-old and the 10-year-old that came across the American border. And nowhere have I heard them say they got to go back. They're going back. It'll be real nice for them when we get them back home where they came from. No, they're all around wringing their hands about how sad it is that these children have shown up at the border. They're going back. They're the responsibility of the country they came from. They're going back. That's the only proper attitude. That's the only healthy attitude. Global Britain, remember that slogan. That is what they meant. A policy with no support. Well, that's unforgivable, he said. Well, if it's unforgivable, start executing them all. But you're not going to do that, are you? Because you are midget sticked. You're a coward. You're pusillanimous. While the Prime Minister was correct in noting that the so-called conservative governments of Boris Johnson and Rishi Sunak, it's going to be so great when our governments are full of Indians, isn't it? It's going to be so great. I mean, all over magatard world right now, they just are in love with Kash Patel. It's going to be great. It's going to be great when it's all Indian. Allowed in unprecedented levels of immigration following Brexit by refusing to put an annual cap on immigration, resulting in nearly 1 million migrants arriving last year alone. The open borders agenda imposed on the country predates Tory rule. Oh, get into the weeds of it. Get into a little bit of the weeds of it so you can give some excuses for why here and blame there. Indeed, prior to the Labour government of former PM Tony Blair, the UK had net migration in the tens of thousands. However, under Blair, this began to soar into the hundreds of thousands per year. Is it just a political party? It is the advance of anti-whiteism. It is the steady anti-white progress of anti-whiteism and anti-whites. It is the decline of those who aren't as anti-white as those who are young and virile today. It is their decline and death. That's how things pick up pace. That's how anti-white outcomes pick up pace. It's not just, well, this political party or that. Let us just continue to talk about useless shit that has no relevance whatsoever, like we've been doing your entire life. But because you're a goddamn gerbil, you never remember, and you just get caught in a little hamster wheel, you little idiots. Gerbil life. That's what we should make shirts that say gerbil life for all of these numb brain, absolute midget-witted morons that populate the West that are white. Gerbil life. Yeah, baby. Do it all every 2 years. We'll just do it all over again. We'll pretend like it's never happened before. The mass migration policy of both Labour and Conservative governments have had a radical impact on the demographic makeup of the UK. Well, you know it'll be at least on the nice side, on the good side. If I ever decide that I want to visit India, it would be a weird conclusion. It would be a really weird thing for me to decide. But I won't have to fly all the way to India proper. I'll just be able to go to the United Kingdom. Or shit, I'll be able to go just to Canada. And I can visit India. That'll be great. That will be great. I really long for having having one of those like folded up bread thing where they push the ingredients with their hands and their feet together, like you get to see on the videos directly from India. I just want that so much. So thank God they brought it to Canada and the UK. Nice. You remember that video from 2 years ago? The Indian guy from India who went to the UK, and he made that video where he's walking through the major cities, London included, and everything is Indian. Every single thing. And he's like, what in the fuck is this? I came here. And do you remember? He like named off like 10 white poets, playwrights, painters. He's like, I came here to see these people. Where is the UK of these people? I read about these people back in India. I come to the UK and it's my people. It's the Indians. Where are the homes and the villages and the countrysides that these people that I came to see? Where is that? He said he could see all of what he was seeing in the UK back home in India. radical impact on the demographic makeup of the UK, with the 2021 census finding less than 74.4% of the population identified as a member of indigenous ethnic groups. English, Welsh, Scottish, Northern Irish, or British. This is compared to the 80%. So it's plummeting. Associate Research Fellow, and it is in the interest of anti-whites to make you think that the numerical minority date is much further out than it actually is. Much. And then it'll be a little, oh, surprise. We're here sooner than we thought. Surprise, surprise. Associate researcher, University of London, senior member, St. Anthony's College, Oxford, is Oxford. Dr. Paul Morland warned this week that if the political class fails to reverse course, the native white British population could become a minority in their own country by 2050. Now, here's the sad thing is that I've been doing this for decades. I've been warning, I've been right 100% of the time almost about everything. And white people would rather hear from David Paul Moreland, who just made a comment about it. Why? Because he's an academic peacock loser. White people, your heads are up your asses. Let me just, that's the thing. As a white guy, I can say this about white people. Talk about sniffing your own farts. Their heads are so far up their own asses. Specializing, nothing but right, no interest where they show up. They're like, oh, a handsome white guy, knows how to dress, smart. He's physically fit. He can fight. He can oratorically fight and fight with his fists. He can fight. Nah, not interested. Where's that effete guy? Where's that effete guy that couldn't even tear through a roll of toilet paper if he had a AIDS and crack-ridden pet monkey to help him? Where's that one? That's the one I want to hear from. Deserve what you get. You absolutely deserve what you get. The problem is I don't deserve what you get. I and all of these good people don't deserve what you get. Dr. Moreland, who's been described as the UK's leading demographer, said, so in other words, he's got a calculator, said that since the Blair administration, the UK has seen more immigration than we had in the whole period from the Norman conquest to the Second World War. No shit. Are you going? Stop analyzing it. Stop fucking analyzing it. Stop thinking that you're making a point by sharing an analysis and making statements like this. Well, if that doesn't motivate him, well, then I guess we'll just get gang raped. Look, talk about who's getting victimized, motherfucker. Talk about the damage. It's a choice, says Dr. Moreland. What do we as a country want? Is it the abstraction of a country? It's the white race. None of this will be fixed. None of this will be fixed until these cucks, these livid, ugly pussy cucks, learn to say that it's our people that are being victimized. What do we want as a country? We want to hear all voices from the country, especially the non-white ones. It seems quite clear to me that those two are not the same. The country wants one thing and the politicians are not prepared to follow. Well, oh boy, you just made such a good point. Another analysis, another professor with no remedy. I've had decades of professors with analysis of the condition, doom documenting, and no remedy. Everybody shows up to hear from the professor. Everybody shows up to interview the professor from the Israel First Breitbart platform and everywhere else. They show up. What does he have to say? And no remedy. Another analysis, another analysis, another analysis. Gerbil life is real. Noting the related issue of declining birth rates, the top demographer said that cutting immigration, and here I'm listening to Cuck-servatives in the United States. These are some of the most despicable people, lamenting that Hispanics that have been in the country, and by the way, they're incorrectly interpreting the data, but they've been in the country for more than, 2 generations or whatever. Their birth rate is declining. Because that's the new Republican base that they hope for the future. They got a couple of more percentage points of votes from them in this election. Remember, same thing happened in 2016. And I told you all why then. Because Central and South Americans, they love them a strong man. It's kind of a weird thing. They want a strong man figure, but they are submissive to matriarchy, in my opinion. It's a strange, it's like a racially confused, it's kind of a strange, racially confused situation. But yeah, that's their new voting block, since they don't care about white people. Won't even say our name. Related issues of declining birth rates, cutting immigration must be accompanied with pro-natalist policies. No. Okay, end of that conversation. You do not need an ever-growing population. Look, you are taking all of these academics out there. They think they're so bright. They're dumb as shit. They seriously are dumb as shit. I worked on the Hill with people. One of the guys had 2 doctorates and 3 masters, unrelated. So it wasn't even like it was working in the same track. All of them were overly educated. Dumb as shit. Pardon my French. They don't realize the anti-whites come in here with the premise that you get to debate. Is it going to be, the premise being, we need ever-exploding population of people. No, capitalism doesn't need it. Our countries don't need it. And it's been known since the 1950s by the anti-white oligarchs that robots were going to be able to do it all. So no. Why do you keep taking their premise? Oh, we're going to need a real pro-nat. We're going to have to produce shit tons of our own. And who's going to be the people getting the money? It's just generic, right? It's going to be the non-white people who will be happily birthing the next generation at the expense of the white taxpayer. You have a much more serious conundrum. All of you out there who fancy yourself as thinkers, I put this before you. You're not going to get white people to reproduce by telling them that, hey, you can get a couple extra more dollars. Stop fucking worshiping money. White people will breed big families when we have pride again. When the moral tapestry of our countries is white positive again. And then it won't matter how little money we have. We will produce a gigantic birth boom that you've ever seen. It ain't about the dollars. Stop debating that stupid shit. I know they're censoring me everywhere because I am far smarter. I am far more intelligent, and they don't want anybody hearing the truth. Pro-natalist. Just give them a tax break. No, white people are not going to produce babies for more money. And the reason why is we hate ourselves. We hate being white. We hate Western civilization because that's the morality of the day. And we are, more than any other group of people on the planet, self-policers, in my opinion. So if you teach us that the moral thing to do today is to be anti-white, we will self-police anti-whiteism. If you defeat anti-whiteism with the new white positive morality, social morality that we teach in Go Free, you will see white women wanting to have 10 children. White men proud like you've never seen to show their giant brood off. It is pride in one's people. It is love of one's kind that creates more of that kind. Not a fucking check from the government. Leave it to the goddamn academics. We're going to listen from one today that got recommended to me, even though I don't follow him. I don't know anything else. But it's interesting. YouTube busy all the time recommending academics to me. If you're going to oppose anti-whiteism, well, then you have to listen to the academics. I wonder why the anti-whites who run YouTube would want everybody who objects to anti-whiteism to heed the calm, cool, feckless advice and musings of academics. I wonder fucking why. You're not going to get victory out of an academic into conversation. Show me where an academic has conquered jack shit. They can't even conquer their incontinence problems. They can't even conquer their fucking eczema. They can't even conquer their dandruff. Pro-natalist policies and encouraging the native population. Okay, Professor, who is native? Could you tell us that? Or is this just going to remain in the land of abstractions? More than as previously pointed out, policies implemented by the populist conservative government, they always want to point to Hungary because it's like far enough away, nebulous enough that they can just say, well, look over there, look over there. Prime Minister Starmer commented this week to increasing economic opportunities for young people and reforming the immigration system. His government has refused to commit to an annual cap on immigration, which critics have argued is necessary to stem the massive influx of foreigners into the country. They're giving all your jobs away, but who gives a shit compared to giving the destiny and existence of Western kind away? I mean, seriously, you're not going to be able to, you're not going to be able to work at Wendy's or whatever it is. What is that? Publix? Is that what it's called in the? You're not going to be able to work there. Gee, I don't give a shit. What I care about is the well-being of our people. Commentators on social media asserted that Starmer's comments were an implicit admission of the much derided great replacement theory. So there you have it. So the anti-whites want you to call it a great replacement. So why is it when No White Guilt, who has fought his whole life for our people and has demonstrated so much intelligence and success, and this entire community of brilliant, artistic, accomplished people, why is it when they show up and they're like, hey, don't call it that, call it white erasure, that you all out there say, oh, no, I want to call it what the anti-whites want us to call it. You're just trying to control my speech. You deserve to have all of the outcomes of anti-whiteism inflicted on you and your families first, not on me and the ones I care about, not on the families of the people in this community. You want to use the words and the concepts that our victimizers give you. Think about that, you fucking pieces of shit. Think about that. Although often portrayed as a racist conspiracy theory, the concept developed by the French Renaud Camus, another one that started wearing diapers in his 50s. The real aim of mass migration policies are motivated by economics. Oh, that's what it is. It's the abstraction of the economy again. I was in junior high school, C-SPAN, and this is what the cucks were given back then. Gerbil life is real. There was a hussy in the white sympathetic sphere that I showed the light to. I showed the light, explained everything to this hussy, explained everything. And she's like, my God, you are brilliant. You have figured seriously, you have figured all of this out. This makes perfect. I've never heard it explained so perfectly, so plainly, etc. Then she ended up falling to the pressure of the soy goys, of the anti-Jews. But the thing that was really insulting was that, I mean, that's insulting, but was when she finally came across then she decided that she needed to heed everything that he said. And I said, why I would like to know why. Why is that? What has he accomplished? What has he done for our people? What has he achieved? How long has he been working on the well-being of our people? And it finally got her to admit that since he's a professor, he must know something. Exactly. He don't know shit. He don't know shit. He knows how to get his students to sharpen his pencil and polish his apples. That's what he knows how to do. He knows how to come to conclusions that make the financial backers of the institution happy. That's what he knows how to do. That's what all academics know how to do. Because you know what? If they don't make the financiers happy at these institutions, they find themselves not working. They become adjunct professors. And then they are out on their ass. So Renaud Kemet decides, well, he's going to come up with some things that are where he doesn't speak the truth. He doesn't say what's really going on. He doesn't talk about anything too explicitly or too directly. He's going to say things that are going to placate and appease all of the anti-whites at the institution that he taught at. And he's therefore is going to be an abstraction coward and say, oh, it's the abstraction of the economic. Do you see the economy getting better? Has it ever gotten better? It never has. How many generations do you stupid ass white people have to continue to listen to these arguments from the abstraction cowards? How many times? The anti-white oligarchs have known since the 1950s, maybe even earlier, that robots were going to do it all. Unbelievable. So here's the argument. Here's the pushback. Is it racist, quote unquote, racist, to be concerned about the white erasure? But it's not even the white erasure. And this is what you're going to see poignantly exactly what I mean as we work through this a little bit. What you call something now really determines later the value of the loss. What you call something today, is this an economic problem that just needs to be remedied? What is it? Because what you call it determines the value you put on it when it's lost. I want you to look back at across our countries, in the history of our countries. I want you to look back and see how we have placed almost no value, a shrug's worth of value on things that were lost, that were paid for with white people that were far better than you were, paid for with their blood and sweat and tears and death and love and life and hardship and sacrifice. And now lost, you do this. Why? Because it wasn't all of that love and fight and blood and sweat and life that you called the loss, that was lost. No, you lost just the name of a highway. You lost the name on a building. You lost a promotion at work. And all those things are shrugs. If you allow these people to take the value out of the things that are really being eviscerated, you are at fault. That means our fight in a big way is with Cuck-servatives. They're content creators. If we allow them to call the white erasure, to make the argument of the biological white erasure, but before we even get there, the white erasure of our norms, our customs, our history, our achievements, our accomplishments, our hardships, our misery, our challenges, the wars we fought as white men. If you allow them to call that an economic replacement, if you allow them to devalue all of that, then shame on you. So here you have the concern over what's taking place in the conservative and the abstractionist mindset, abstraction coward mindset, to be one of economics. So as we get everything white erased, all of our norms, customs, etc., as the white race itself is being biologically white erased, and then these academics, the conservative academics, lose again, then it'll be just a collective shrug. It was just a difference of opinion on economy. Not for me.
In the quiet of the night, when the shadows closing tight, mean pathogens whisper, telling me to give up the fight. They say there's no redemption, just a world gone wrong. But deep inside I feel the echo of an ancient song. Like a shroud of despair, the anti-white narrative tells me no one's there. But in the darkness, a light begins to shine, a spark of white well-being, a truth that's mine. They call me a villain, just a ghost of the past. Said my heritage is nothing that it couldn't last. But I see the beauty in the faces of my kin, a family of Westmen, where the healing begins. The healing begins. Of self-hate, I see a path so clear to go free from the lies and banish the fear. With archetype alignment, I reclaim my name. In the love of Western kind, I rise from the flame. They call me a villain, just a ghost of the past. Said my heritage is nothing that it couldn't last. But I see the beauty in the faces of my kin, a family of Westmen, where the healing begins. The healing begins. The pain of white erasure tried to steal my soul, but I found the strength in a people made whole. No longer lost in the anti-white design. With white well-being, I know I'll be fine. They called me a villain, just a ghost of the past. Said my heritage is nothing that it couldn't last. But I see the beauty in the faces of my kin, a family of Westmen, where the healing begins. Now I stand with pride in the Western sunrise. The lies of the raging fame
That is Hope by the great Sloth, ladies and gentlemen.
With my bio spirit strong, I face the day. In the arms of my people, I find my way. The healing begins in the
All right, it goes on a little bit longer, but we're going to cut it there, and we're going to keep moving along as the Aurora Borealis streaks in through the closet. We're going to take a look at the kind of things that are happening, anti-whiteism everywhere, but our academics and the Cuck-servative content creators, somehow they can't see it, many of them. So they have to be forced to see it. We'll shove their faces in it, just like you do a dog that shits on your carpet. Shove its goddamn face in it. Sorry for the language. Can't help myself. Good to see everybody who's here. Please share the gathering, the Church of White Wellbeing. Did you really think that church was going to remain a place for wusses, a place for apathetic losers, as the West burns down around us? I think not. How about this? Walgreens stock price tumbles after anti-white. I like that they used over here on the Western Journal, anti-white. We need them to get rid of that hyphen. Christmas commercial sparks, but this is our doing. This is our victories. This was not happening. A time here or a time there before us doesn't constitute what we have done. So we did this. You can pat yourself on the back for that. And we need to keep pushing and get rid of that fucking hyphen. Now, it's a great sign that now I would like to look into, was this, causation, correlation? Did the stock drop because or at all because of or entirely? I would like to look at that. I think probably there was a minor influence, but in that influence, we can find hope. White people are getting fed up, and that is a great opportunity. They're getting fed up for garbage with garbage like this. That is a great opportunity for us to recapture our destiny. But we are going to make no mistake about it. We are going to have to crush cuck-servatism, because they're going to go to the white people that are getting pissed off about this, and they are going with their word salads, with their baffle gabbing. They're going to make it all about abstractions. There is no friendship there. There is no well, we're kind of on common cause. No, none at all. If they won't actually talk about what people are being victimized and call the ideology that's victimizing them by its name, then they are as much an anti-white or a problem or a barrier to the recapture of our destiny as any hardcore anti-white out there. Make no mistake about that. It's not well, we kind of agree. We don't kind of agree at all. These same cucks out there, you all know damn well and good, would have no problem talking about the race being victimized if it's anybody but white people. That makes them as anti-white as any other anti-white out there. We aren't even past Thanksgiving, but the cringe-inducing leftist Christmas ad campaign. So cringe and leftist, you mean anti-white? The anti-white Christmas ad campaigns are in full swing? Are the campaigns just cringe? They cringe-inducing. So if they continue to have their way, then all that's really happened is that, well, we got to suffer some cringy commercials. And what is that, folks? Shrug. Oh, well, I can put up with cringy commercials. How about anti-white commercials that are perpetuating anti-white notions that white males are lazy, steal, rob, persecute, exploit? How about that? How about these notions that non-white, anti-white notions that non-white, this is a major psychological warfare being waged against the white race, and in particular, our children. But this cuck right here says it's just cringe. I mean, are you all getting this yet? Are you getting the importance of it? A new Christmas advertisement by Boots, a UK-based pharmacy chain owned by Walgreens, Boots Alliance, is taking heat for some labeled anti-white racism. Anti-whiteism is the word for that. Anti-whiteism is the word for that. So let's get to these people. Anti-whiteism is the word for that. Can you say anti-Semitism? Well, then you can say anti-whiteism. Unless you have some problem with white people. As a possible barometer to measure the public's response, WBA stock seems to have taken a tumble in the days following its release. So again, correlation, causation, probably some cause there, which is a boon for us, opportunity available to us. But Cuck-servatives will do what? They will say it could be just totally correlated, have no connection, actually, no connection to the commercial. And Cuck-servatives will see this and say, big victory. All that matters is the money. They've lost some money. Like you're having a big victory over DEI and everything now as they just rename it. The ad features Endo, a black actress known for referring to King Charles III's royal coronation last year as terribly white, stepping into the role of Mrs. Claus. So she is vehemently, this black woman is vehemently anti-white. Why should she even be allowed to work in our once great United Kingdom? How about you yourself off to another continent where you won't have to be around everything that's terribly white? I mean, you can have these people saying, as I've said it a million times, you can have the anti-whites saying that we hate white people, we're going to butcher the white babies, we're going to get them all confused about whether they are male or female or a fire hydrant or whatever, or an animal. We're going to get them all confused about that. And cuck-servative academics are going to ignore it all. And then they're all going to follow the deep wisdom of Renaud Köhne with this wonderful replacement in Europe. I'd like to perform a wonderful replacement on his teeth, or a wonderful replacement on his house, or the kind of replacement that we're seeing in Western civilization, metaphorically. I have no idea where he is. I did go get to see him in Washington, D.C., the little boutique hotel we all went to. And he came to speak, and it was insane. They fucking packed the place. They were all so eager because there was a professor who was going to be talking. Fuck you. Fuck you. I'm telling you, academic types have been getting in the way of Go Free for a long time. I don't like them. I do not like them. There are a few academics who I like, but generally speaking, no. They're very jealous, little-dicked losers. That's the issue. They're very jealous. They couldn't go out and play sports and rock it. They couldn't go out and be a success in the real world. They couldn't. That's why they're teaching. That's why they're teaching. But they suck at everything. So they decide they're going to pour over books. And then when they come upon a community and people who are rocking and succeeding, they get very jealous. She finds her husband, Santa, white, lazy and asleep. She has properly prepared for Christmas, leaving the workshop to be managed by he has not properly prepared for Christmas. He's left his workshop to be managed by a strong black woman, accompanied by her many gender-neutral elves. Well, they're not only, they're racially ambiguous and gender ambiguous. But how did we get here with all these great academic champions fighting for all these years, very astutely and academically dissecting the harm being done? How did we get here? Shouldn't we have won by now? All the pencil dicks were out there. But no, now we're at the point, because of the pencil dicks, now we're at the point where this is a Christmas commercial. And then ends at the end where Santa takes off, the lazy, good-for-nothing, do-nothing Santa, really this black woman with her team of racially ambiguous and sexual ambiguous elves. They're the ones who are really making Christmas work for you. All along you thought it was Santa because he was stealing the limelight. He was stealing the credit. That's what the white race does. And the non-white people are making it work. And at the end, to drive that point home, the black actress says, "You thought it was all him?"
Yeah.
Okay, and here comes in the rap music, the black music, because we've all learned, all of our little girls, all of our little boys for many generations now, that if it's white music, it's a loser. It's dumb. It's awkward. It's obsolete. And if it's black music, then it's cool. It's hip. It's with it. So why would you be surprised when your white children go out and take non-white mates? Why would you be surprised? Why would you be surprised when you're sitting at the dinner table or you're standing around the water cooler and the white morons around you with their heads firmly between their ass cheeks? They're like, well, it's really the blacks are really, they're the ones that are hip and with it. You wonder how that happens. Maybe it's because you are listening to the academics. Maybe it's because you are listening to the Jew haters. Maybe it's because it's your fault. Guess what? It is your fault.
Yeah, they want to know. Sugar plum, no roll. Come on. Shall we?
Look, this is what it always is. It's just like people, there's rap music playing and people run back and forth in the background and they carry sometimes a toolbox. How many times have you seen, how many iterations? And then sometimes they're carrying a box across and they slide down a fireman's pole. And then they, and that means Western civilization. That's how things get done. Except nothing gets done like that in the real world. Nothing.
How do I look?
Like you should be in a zoo.
Lynn. Oh, yeah. Fabulous. Really? She'll love that. Robin. Oh, that's very good.
And what's the deal? They're like, they mix in with the working. Talk about totally the opposite of white men. They mix in with the working, lounging, doing nothing. At the very beginning, if you couldn't see it, screen was small. The Santa was just sawing them off. Doesn't give a shit in the world. He is your plantation owner. This is the anti-white narrative, folks. Millions of iterations over the course of your life. Millions of iterations of the same thing. Don't you know work is just play?
This one's mine.
We're out of
Oh, and then the black woman, of course, has magic as well. Forgot.
We are never out of vote.
The anti-white black woman. There he. Oh, he's finally waking up.
Last one.
He gets his old ass out of the sleigh.
You thought it was all him.
And now he's going to go take all the credit from all of these. Let's see the beginning again. So here she comes walking in. Business is walking in, folks. And there's Santa, the plantation owner. This is the anti-white narrative in millions of iterations. So some part of that dip in the stock may have had something. If you really had to press me on it, I would say zero connection. But I think maybe some on an off chance. And that's good because that's white people getting fed up. Let's keep this rolling. I'm going to take a look at, and then we're going to get into some of these tweets that I looked at right before we got started from these Cuck-servatives. Let me say hello to some folks, but I want to take a look at this AcademicAgent. I'm going to speed it up. We'll watch just the first 10 minutes because that's all I watched of it. And because I think it's a good opportunity to see the kind of things that academics, and this just happened yesterday, that is being pushed by YouTube for the response to our victimization. Daughter of Eve is over here on Twitter. Good to see you. Almost 500 people watching on Twitter. Share it, share it, share it. They're trying to silence me on Twitter. You all should be with this level of censorship by Linda Yaccarino. And you can, Linda, you can have speech, but no reach. Yaccarino, you should be inclined to share. Actual free speech. Daughter of Eve is over here. Greetings to you. Our great brother, Jason. Thankful for this great show and our wonderful community. Well, amen to you. Amen. From the great Santa. Santa is coming. And he has an M60 in one arm and a chainsaw in the other. Things are about to change. Good to see you. Thank you for being here. Merry Christmas to you as well. Who else do we have over here that said? Leontina. Hello, Leontina. Good to see you. The all-star warrior extraordinaire. Our sister, your tweet about you getting live is not showing up for me. You going live is not showing. Can you believe this? So it's not showing up. I mean, this is the censorship. This is supposed to be the free speech. This is the censorship on Twitter. They do not want white people who care about white people to be the resistance to anti-whiteism. Make sure you share it. Get around it somehow. Develop a software program so that when I tweet on Twitter, it goes out to 500 fucking Twitter accounts. 5,000 Twitter accounts. So they can't circumvent whatever method they are using to throttle us. Fuck you. Elon Musk, if you are okay with this, fuck you. Linda Yaccarino, if you're doing this, fuck you. Absolutely sick and tired of this. That's what Leontina is over there on Twitter kicking ass all day, every day. Big salutes. 9 a.m. in Sydney. Says an underscore as the name on Twitter. Thank you for that. Good to see you. 9 a.m. bright and early for White Wellbeing Church. The Church of Western Kind. That's what we are. We are the Church of Western Kind. I am the Church of Western Kind. We are the Church of Western Kind. First day of December. Not taking any shit. Cass, good to see you. She says NWG shared. The great ForNull is here. He says cow. You talking about Yacarino? Kinfolk says YouTube unsubbed me from my YouTube channel last week. Thank you for mentioning that. Hey, YouTube, friends of YouTube, what the fuck are you doing? Anti-white scum over there. Do you approve of that? We have this kind of thing happens regularly. People getting unsubbed from my channel. So are you approving of that? Is that a subversive in your establishment? Or is that policy? How about you address that shit? Oh, Church of Western Kind, cow. Forgotten Ryan. Kinfolk. Cool Papa J Magic. AJ says he's getting ready for work down under. That's awesome. You can go in there with the might of our church behind you. No more taking any shit off these people. Let's go ahead and keep this rolling. Let's see what everybody's tuning into. This guy's got over 100,000 followers on YouTube, it looked like. And I don't have anything like personal against this guy. Just want to listen to what he has to say. Because as I was driving, and I was like, why is YouTube suggesting another academic dissertation against our victimization? Why? I mean, what is it in this? Let me listen to it.
Of traditionalism, the idea of tradition.
So this is called Why Progressives Fear the Rise of Traditionalism. So two enormous errors here. They want to be called progressives, don't call them that. The word progressives is all in our lived experience a positive. So when you call them progressives, you are telling us in the part of our minds, the part of our lives that is 99% of our lives, 99% of ourselves, that they are the positive ones. Progress. They are the good ones. Progress is something you want, so I should want what they say. The absolute dipshittery of thinking that you overcome the subconscious mind because consciously you can say, oh, well, it doesn't mean that in this context because I just said so with my conscious mind, demonstrates your ineptitude of the human condition, the human animal. So it's not just this guy, but I'm just right away. And traditionalism makes us think of things from the past. Across Western civilization, everyone, for better or for worse, has been imbued with the notion that we are moving forward always. We are moving forward from the past, from things that from tradition, from things that happened in times of yore. So you want to say that the traditionalism is what we are. What you're telling the population is that we are the past. Where does the past exist in the present? Where does the past exist in the future? Again, a massive ignorance of the human condition, the human animal, and the psychological warfare practiced on us. I wonder why YouTube would push this.
Traditionalism, any sort of challenge to their narrative of progress. You know, Dr. Steve Turley, the patriot.
Their narrative of progress. Their narrative of progress. And I believe this guy is half non-white, just by the by. Half white, half non-white. So I have to wonder, if you're going to be half non-white, why you're not pointing out that this all is anti-white. Is it because you're half non-white? Is that the reason? You have non-white family. You don't want to identify that the real victims are white.
a professor. He likes to talk about that we're in a
So it seems like there's a self-interest there to keep this an abstraction rather than talk about the people who are obviously being victimized.
new conservative age, and there's a rising traditionalism around the world, whether that's young men turning back to Christianity in America.
Okay, so this movement around the world of this turning. Okay, first of all, there is no such thing happening. Get real. What is the Christianity that they're turning back to? What are the old customs that they're turning back to? Give me a break. I mean, it's not even good doom documenting yet.
Or whether it's Putin in Russia, invoking Russian Orthodox Christianity, or whether it's various
Putin's anti-white.
different people in Europe, going back to their heritage.
What does it mean to go back to your heritage? Nobody is doing this.
Various different ways.
This is in various different ways.
Whether in Christian or pagan forms.
Okay, so people are going back to Christianity. So we know that Christianity is hardcore anti-white. Paganism, hardcore anti-white. I just got done showing you the video of the pagans on the beach screaming at the ocean, of the pagans at the park that tried to get Kate to join them, who were all humming and strumming to the goddess Artemis. All anti-white. Going back to where is the definition of if you are not taking on the anti-whiteism in all of this, we are deep sea fish in the deep sea of anti-whiteism. If you are not specifically identifying it, then you are going right back to another anti-white environment.
This is something that has been happening while there has been obviously this much more mainstream assault on tradition, history, culture, and most importantly of all of
okay, so the thesis is that on this video is that there's this movement, this huge movement of going back to tradition, which is anti-whiteism, and the anti-whites that he calls progressives are not happy, and here are the reasons why.
Identity, which I actually think the so-called rise of traditionalism is in part a reaction to. You could actually broaden the thesis out to include Islam. I remember a book written some years ago called Jihad versus McWorld. Jihad versus McWorld.
Okay, so this guy is such a detached academic that he's like, well, we can even celebrate in this thesis the going back to Islam. Nobody's going back to Islam. They're moving in. So it's just, as is the custom with abstractionist cowards, they're just detached from it all. There's no connection to it. They're just observers of the world underneath, and they feel like that legitimizes their position. It doesn't. It just shows you to be a coward.
And it was arguing that the side of jihad was basically a traditionalist movement against Americanized modernity. And certainly you can see this.
So it's not anti-whiteism, it's Americanized modernity.
In the Islamic Revolution in Iran, which was explicitly
82? What the f are you talking about? That didn't just happen.
A reaction against an accelerated westernization of Iran. You can see it in various times in Egyptian history, especially the Muslim Brotherhood under Sayyid Qutb and all of the things that followed from that. Of course,
those people are fighting for their identity. And in the cases you just mentioned, their Arabic Islamic identity. It's not a going back to traditionalism and parallel, identical to white people going back to traditional. What the fuck are you actually talking about?
Things like the Taliban are explicitly reactionary. So, there is a wider sense that this has happened around the world too. And even in some round.
Peter says this guy has Iranian roots. But yeah, I heard that he was half non-white, Arab.
About way, some of the more extreme leftists on the identitarian side, I'm thinking of like black nationalists, people who want to reclaim things like black science and voodoo and things like that. You could argue that even that is some sort of reaction against modernity. You know,
So modernity is just this nebulous force that's harming everybody equally, and it's just out there, and all you can do is pass judgment on it. So we're just like the Islamic revolutionaries in 1982, Muslim Brotherhood, the Black nationalists. We're all just trying to push back against Mick World, as in McDonald's.
in the most charitable sense, you could say, well, okay, they're saying, well, we're rejecting these white man tools of science or whatever.
Yeah, that's exactly. He just said what they say. Their rejection is of the white race, of white people, of Western civilization, which is white people. That's exactly what it is. You could say that, he said.
But on another way of looking at it is that, well,
but let's not look at it that way. Even though these Black nationalists say that they hate white people, we've watched the videos of them making white people kiss their shoes, lick the bottoms of their shoes, that hating the white race, hating our creations, hating our math, we've seen it all. He said you could look at it the way that it's them hating white people, and that's why they don't want to be part of the West, and that's why they don't want any Western norms. But there's another way of looking at it. Since I'm an academic, that's what I'm going to push. Why? Because the white race is the victim. In the real case,
they're trying to reclaim a distinctive identity that is
that's
not part of this congealed, homogenous melting pot.
I see. Thanks, academic. They're just trying to reclaim their identity with all their anti-whiteism.
That they want everybody, you know, that modernity imposes on everybody.
It's not a war on white people. It's a war on modernity. Don't you know that these words like modernity make me sound smart?
The dream of the modern system actually is to put every single person in the world into this grinder to make everybody the same. All distinctions.
No, bullshit. Bullshit.
Single person in the world into this. The dream of the modern system actually.
The dream of the modern system. Who is the modern system? Who are the victims of the modern system? And therefore, if we can see who the victims are, we know who the victimizer is, because they are anti who the victims are. We can see the victims everywhere. We talk about it right now. We just watched the commercial, the Boots commercial. We just watched. We look at this stuff every single Sunday. Who is the victim? Is it everyone?
Is to put every single person in the world into this grinder to make everybody the same.
Okay, so that he just said the system's dream. So anthropomorphizing an inanimate thing that is infinitely multidimensional and kinetic. And this is the way these abstraction coward academics work. And he turned it into a claim that this anthropomorphized thing wants to grind everyone down. Do you see everybody getting ground down into an amorphous mess? Do you see Vietnamese being mixed with Cambodians? Do you see Vietnamese culture being obliterated so that Cambodian culture could represent in Vietnam? Do you see Cambodian culture being obliterated? I've never read about any of this in decades and decades. Where else on planet Earth do you see a people's entire norms under assault? Their entire cultural, genetic identity under assault. There's only one place. It's the West. There's only one group. It's Western kind. How does he know the dreams of the system, the anthropomorphic system? It's not an actual living being, but somehow he sits in on their musings because there's no data to come to this conclusion.
All distinctions, all qualitative distinctions between people are dissolved in a mass of, what we might call the reign of quantity. So anyway, just to get back to this question.
Yeah, but it's just ground down into a mass. Man, they're almost done with them Chinamen. They're this close to having the Chinamen all ground down to not being existing anymore.
Why is it that the progressive reacts so badly? I mean, I'll give you an example. I remember.
Man, that premise is so TARDIS.
Recently, various people on social media were freaking out that the word retard has entered back into social parlance, and the political correctness around a word like retard and the taboo around using that phrase.
Yiz says that he would be speaking about technocrats that talk like that. Those are called excuses to commit anti-whiteism. That's just another pretext to commit anti-whiteism. The people who are going to, at that level, in those circles, are not going to say, well, what we want to do is obliterate all of the white race. No, they're going to say, no, we want a single global family. You notice they're not making, again, like they're not making those cases about this is why we have to get rid of Cambodians and Cambodian culture. Like, I've watched these people over the years give these speeches. Never once have I heard them say, you know what, we really need to get rid of the Brazilians. They and their culture are a problem to the unification of man. They never say that.
Has been destroyed, and more or less that's been destroyed by the rise of the alternative right, or the online right, you might say, who just trample over these social niceties. And because
Grant Danger says he's sick and tired of the Cambodians. Yeah, it's just another set of excuses that anti-whites give to victimize white people. Period. I challenge the academics. Let's have a look at the reams and reams and reams of discussions like they've talked about in Western countries about obliterating the other groups of man on planet Earth. Oh, there are reams of them. In fact, they are almost nowhere to be found. Oh, that's it. Well, then guess what? This is an excuse. It's the same type of excuse that the purple-haired lady working in HR says that she, or just another excuse, just like this purple-haired lady in HR would say, well, we need to just diversify. We're just making the company better by diversifying it. Well, from her position, this is a pretext to get rid of a white man and to bring in a non-white person or a female or somebody who doesn't know their gender, or who says they're the other gender. It's just another set of excuses. That's all it is.
Because this is actually quite prevalent, it has a disseminating effect through the rest of society. There is actually an extent to which what happens online affects what life offline as well. So now young people everywhere use retarded in the same way that we would have done it. Okay.
All right. So that, first of all, let me point out, since my friends at YouTube are going to be listening, this guy is on YouTube talking about retarded. I am not condoning the use of retarded. So if his channel isn't getting a strike for him discussing the use of the word retarded, then I cannot be held responsible for reviewing him discussing the use of the word retarded. But I want you to pay special attention, because when I heard this, I thought the other things like this idea that you are somehow elevated or correct or erudite by talking about events in the world as if you are remote and removed from them, as if there isn't a victim group. That, of course, I've seen for a long time. I've seen the arguments about people like Yiz just mentioned, the technocrats, some of these technocrats giving excuses for why we need to white erase Europe, North America, Australia, New Zealand. I've seen many times, and it's irritated the shit out of me. But when this guy really just, I think, went off the rails, talk about jumping the shark, was when he gives this premises in this thesis. And then the evidence for the people who are progressing being upset is that they can see the great victory of the resistance, which is the ability to say retarded. I shit you not. He calls this a huge victory. That's how he references it.
Now, there are other phrases I'm not sure that's happened with. For example, people of my age commonly use gay as an insult. That's gay. We used to say that all the time. And I think in casual conversation, I still might do that. But I'm not sure if that has filtered, I'm not sure if that isn't kind of made it.
Oh, you hear, folks? We've really got them by the short hairs because people are using the words retarded and gay.
Come back in the same way that retard has, for example. But anyway, that's just one example. And this is not simply something that the progressive finds distasteful. It is something that actually terrifies them to the core of their soul.
It terrifies the anti-whites to the core of their soul when somebody says retarded or gay. No wonder YouTube is pushing him and unsubbing people to my channel.
Because any backward step, any concession, basically.
Okay, and what did he just talk about? All of the errors in this. He just called resistance to anti-whites and anti-whiteism a backward step. Oh, but Jason, you see, he's speaking from their point of view. That's all he's doing. That's called being the bitch of your victimizer. When you speak from their point of view all the time. How many times do I got to tell this? To the vegetable garden. That is the child who's being molested by the adult who calls the molester whatever the molester wants to be called. His point of view, her point of view.
He made to those old things of the past that were meant to have been destroyed, that were meant to have moved beyond that now, is not
the old things of the past, white people things.
Simply a political challenge to their power. It is that, and that is something they fear, but it is also a much deeper epistemic challenge to the very foundations of their worldview and their core.
You get it? Are you seriously getting this? He's telling his audience that if you use the words retarded and gay, it is a challenge to the very core of their identity and their movement. And who is the they? Well, it's no victimizer of white people, except incidentally, because all peoples are being ground down. Bullshit.
Faith positions in ideas such as social progress. So in the world of the progressive, you can't ever move backwards. And if then you say, well, if we...
But in their world, you can't move backwards. But in our world, we move backwards. Brr! Let's just start moving backwards, folks.
You say, well, why not? Oh, well, because it's the current year. Because it's 2024 now. We don't do that anymore. Well, why not? And this...
Why don't we move backwards? It actually thinks he's owning anti-whites by saying, why don't we move backwards? Well, it's because it's the current year. Oh, I got him. Talk about not being self-aware.
This is really what it then exposes, because so often the forces of progress don't actually bother to have an argument for the things they believe in. They simply believe in them because we have progressed, quote unquote, to this point. And
and that works, doesn't it? And they do have arguments. In fact, you're citing one of them. The argument being that they just are grinding everybody down to make them into one giant mass. You cited one. You believe that's their argument. You believe that's what they're actually doing. They told you what they're actually doing. Because that's what victimizers always do. They tell you exactly what they're doing.
In my experience, this then forecloses whole categories, whole areas of conversation that you're not allowed to go into. I can remember from a few years back, an example of this is when I started arguing about why Lyndon B. Johnson is the worst president ever. And I was arguing at the time with a pair of progressives called Adam and Sitch. And one of the things that we got into was the whole business of integration. The ending of school segregation, whereby the American government, using force, using literally the army, forced kids at gunpoint to go to mixed race schools when their parents didn't want that. And gunpoint, using force, using literally the army, forced kids at gunpoint to go to mixed race schools when their parents didn't want that. And basically, the question was to Adam and Sitch and to various other people who were around at that time, well, how is that justified? Why is that a good thing to do? Why do you support forcing kids to go to mixed race schools at gunpoint? Why is that principle important? How is that progress? Is that a forward step? Has it led to good results?
He's just posed a bunch of questions that they could answer in, goddamn, this is wild, that they could answer in the positive and then supply a list of reasons. If you're talking to like real idiots, they won't be able to. But you've just set yourself up to have to contend with 30 different arguments that the audience living and growing up in anti-whiteism and the anti-white narrative are going to be persuaded by. I mean, what the hell? But hey, he's the academic. He's got the big audience. He's the one even being pushed by YouTube.
Is that better than the notion of freedom of association? So all of those questions are quite uncomfortable.
I answer that question right now, very easily. Yeah, it is superior to the notion of freedom of association because people were refusing to associate with other groups of people because they were bigoted, and those people were white. And so they needed to be forced. And now you could see they are able to live together like they couldn't before, and everything is just fine. Isn't that true? So, I mean, that like a high schooler anti-white could give you that answer.
Comfortable for a progressive. They don't actually want to think about them. They don't want to open up that can of worms. So they want to keep a little.
On the contrary, a high schooler could defeat the line of questioning.
And the way they keep a lid on it is just by saying, it's the current year. I remember the Justin Trudeau meme. Yay, it's the current year. And in one respect, we have already had a breaking of the dam. And that was when the Supreme Court in America repealed Roe versus Wade. That's why I've chosen The Handmaid's Tale as the front cover of this video. If you remember, the left and the progressives had this notion that life under Trump was going to be like The Handmaid's Tale, because in their view, the banning of abortion, I mean, abortion has not even been banned. What was repealed was Roe versus Wade. And then it was left up to the states. I don't want to get into all of that. But in the fevered imagination of the progressive, the repeal of Roe versus Wade represented something like the start of a slippery slope, whereby at the end of it, women are going to be forced to breed and seen primarily in terms of their reproductive function and nothing else. So there's a real fear, a kind of loss aversion that all of the quote unquote gains made by feminism could be lost almost overnight. You know,
here's something he is not understanding. Maybe just listen to another minute. Another really important thing. The anti-whites live in a anti-white narrative like the rest of us, where, I mean, that's why we have the meme, God, please let us have the Trump that they fear, that they think is real, because there is no such Trump. Their fiction and fictionalized reality is reality. It's not just some fevered imagination. It is reality. So after these 4 years, even when women were not a la the Handmaid's Tale, even when they weren't actually forced to reproduce with certain men, it will have happened. Because it will happen in all of the media, in all of the entertainment. That's why you fucking idiots out there, that's why even though Trump was in office for 4 years, the anti-whites were able to aver that if he gets in, it's going to be Hitler, it's going to be Mussolini, it's going to be Handmaid's Tale, it's going to be, and you had all these Cuck-servatives coming out and saying, but wait, that didn't happen the first time. It did happen. It happened for the anti-whites in the fiction they live in. You can't continue to combat them on this ignorant ass level. It is their reality. He was in the first term, all of that awful that they imagine in their fiction, in their TV shows, in their books, in their movies, did happen. It did. What don't you understand? A God can look down and say it didn't objectively happen. Who gives a shit? That's not who you have to contend with. You have to contend with the human beings, the animals who believe that it did. And just because they can't find the specific person here or there to talk about how it was forced upon them doesn't mean it didn't happen, because it did happen. They saw it on TV. I am so sick of having to contend with this. Always. Like not only are my pellucid observations of society 100% correct, they're not even considered a tantamount to the academics and the cuck-servative content creators. They're one and the same. Not even considered tantamount. Not even considered one. They can't even see the reality. That the reality is fiction. And where Donald Trump wasn't able to force women to have to reproduce with certain men, it was only because there was a Democrat champion there, an anti-white champion. Oh, but you'll call them progressives or cherubs, or maybe God's own, or whatever they want to be called. You'll call them, that were there in the nick of time to prevent it from happening. But if they weren't there, then it would have happened. And it happened elsewhere. Just because the anti-white with purple hair in front of you doesn't know of a specific person to be able to cite doesn't mean it didn't happen. Saw it on an episode of Friends. And it wouldn't have been there if it wasn't happening in the real world.
Women will no longer be, quote unquote, free to be chained to a corporate desk 10 hours a day and to spend their reproductive years trying to hit KPI targets for some manager who hates them. No. Instead, they would face a fate worse than death, actually becoming a mother and belonging to a nuclear family unit.
So do you hear the catechisms of anti-whiteism? Isn't this stupefying? No wonder YouTube recommended this to me. He literally, throughout the first 10.5 minutes, is speaking the catechisms of anti-whiteism. They're progressors. We're regressors. They can't stand going backwards. We want to go backwards. You fate worse than death to have a child. But he's speaking from their point of view. No shit. That's how he's been trained to talk. That's how victims are trained to talk. Talk about Stockholm Syndrome. All trained to give the catechisms. All trained to give the catechism. You remember the time when I had on Hannity? And it was Hannity and a guest, and they literally went back and forth giving the catechisms of anti-whiteism, what you can say, what you can't say. Do you know who never does that? Anti-whites. Do you ever watch their media? They never give the catechisms of Western civilization, of white well-being. They never do that. Ever. But I'm the one who is silenced. I'm the one who doesn't get the audience. I'm the one. And these academics, they could all grow a spine and say, you know what? Maybe individually they or whatever have something here to add or something there to add. But they could all say, hey, this community over here, this No White Guilt, Jason Köhne is clearly a genius. They're having success where there's never been success before. You should check this out. He's clearly being censored to oblivion, even by Yaccarino and Musk, maybe. They could say that. They absolutely know we exist, but they're not saying it. They're not. So they can give limp dick commentary like this. So I don't know him personally. Maybe he's a great guy. He's wrong. And with what he's saying there, anti-whites hearing people say retarded online or gay online doesn't shake them to their core. That's not the rebellion. That's not the victory. I mean, could you imagine? We get people to talk about anti-whiteism and the victimization of white people and use these concepts. And then he's like, say gay, say retarded. because that really fights back. So this is not the only guy. There are literally thousands. And he was just recommended to me yesterday. That's how this happened. YouTube itself said, hey, listen to this guy that you don't follow. YouTube recommended him. YouTube, who is an endless problem for me and this community, recommended him. So it's interesting. But it's nothing personal against this guy. Buddy, I think you're wrong in all the ways I articulated. It's not personal. I'm not coming after you personally. Your conclusions are garbage, in my opinion, the ones that you've shared here that I've listened to so far. And the not mentioning this community at any point ever is garbage. This community, who is the only community who has victories, that's garbage. So that's my opinion. I don't know you personally. I don't know what's going on there. But I think that if you hear about this little review of the 10 minutes of this video of yours, then maybe you need to do the right thing if you care about the West, and you need to direct people to this censored channel that's not being shared, content that's actually succeeding. And to all academics, the same challenge out there. Every academic out there, same challenge. Because decades of listening to you book sniffing bitches has accomplished squat. Nothing. Tired of you aggrandizing yourselves. I'm tired of you patting each other on the back. We are losing our civilization. You know, it's going to have to be, folks, it's going to have to be me, or somebody else is going to have to say it, okay? Me or somebody is going to have to come along and say, fuck the academics. Somebody's going to have to do it. So you might say, well, screw Jason, F Jason. Well, fine. But somebody else is going to come along with a bigger audience and say it. And they're going to have to crush the academics if we're going to survive. Do you understand that? You're not going to be able to sit around and observe and have these flaccid, limp dick takes. These academic takes, turning everything into an abstraction, and win. We've been losing for generations. So someone will do it. So let that just rest with you for a while. Let that just rest with you for a while. That, okay, well, Jason, he doesn't have very many supporters, so he's not going to be able to make any mess for me. Someone will come along with plenty of supporters that will ruin your ass. So just rest assured, because that will have to happen for the white race to survive. And when I'm talking about academics, I'm talking about these cuck-servative content creators in general. So let me show you some of them. See if we can zip along through this mess. Jack Posobiec, in case you all didn't hear, Kash Patel has been named for the FBI, head of the FBI. Now, maybe Kash Patel, I don't know the guy. Don't hang out with him. Irrespective of him, totally irrespective of him and what kind of job he could do, might do, will do, in part will do in the FBI. Totally irrelevant for my comments here. Because what we have here, in my opinion, it's impossible to look beyond it, is another non-white appointment by the Trump administration, which Caroline Leavitt, the White House spokeswoman, and the representative of the Republican Party and others have been just cheering as the most female administration in history, the most non-white in history, the most ideologically diverse administration in history. This is what they are, whether that's a true claim or not. This is what they are celebrating. And Republican voters, and specifically white MAGA idiots, are celebrating. Male and female, but there's a lot of females. I think the males are probably celebrating it because the females are, and they're wanting to get some ass. So you have Jack Posobiec comes out this morning. I'll just put it on the screen earlier. Old Jack Posobiec says Kash Patel would be the first non-white person to become FBI director. So take that, you Democrats. Seriously, this is the Republican resistance. So I responded to him and I said, hey, Jack Posobiec, are you as happy as the idiots in this thread about the white erasure, and specifically the white male erasure? I mean, maybe you could be like that guy, I can't remember his name right now, who was just made head of DEA, and he is, I think he's white, looks white, but he didn't get the job because he earned it. He got the job because he's married into a multi-billionaire real estate tycoon who sells all the real estate, commercial real estate and otherwise, around where Donald Trump lives in Florida. So that'll be the only white guys that can get a job in the future. Married into it, or you're born to it, or whatever. Okay, you got it. So this is Jack Posobiec. That's what I said to him. Then if you look under this, you have this Gunther guy. And this Gunther guy, he makes a living, a big living off of Twitter. And a conservative guy, makes a big living. He's there. He's everywhere. He's in comments. And he says here, merit hire. So I said something else in response to him. TARDIS take. This is your Republican Party. These are your Republican voters. These are the white people that we have to contend with and fight through to get to the recapture of our destiny. Because these motherfuckers are going to cheer at the tops of their voices every non-white and female appointment, victory, whatever it is. That is the exact same as the anti-whiteism given us by the Democrats, folks. It is identical. They celebrate getting rid of the white males. Gunther saying, merit hire. And it just so happens that there are a ton of people who are saying that he's not qualified to be in that role. But Gunther, since it's a Republican notion, a conservative notion, a colorblind meritocratic notion that, oh yeah, just merit hire. I'm going to non-white guy got the job. Obviously it was a merit hire. Are you fucking kidding me, Gunther? I mean, go pump some gas, Gunther. Go pump somebody's gas. But this is the kind of person that is pushed on X. This is the kind of person pushed on X. 1.1 million followers. Gunther, the gas pumper, is what's pushed on X. Merit hire. Merit hire. We, over here on the Republican side, we don't care about your race unless you're a white male. Over here on the Republican side, we reject identity politics, and that's why we fill our stage with women, blacks, Hispanics, Arabs, worshiping of other gods, of other peoples, of other lands, and we get rid of as many white males as possible. That's what Twitter pushes. Merit higher. I wonder, here's the thing. If a white guy had been nominated, would Gunther, the gas pumper, would he have been like, merit higher? Merit higher? No, it's a diversity higher. This, you all will be celebrating, and you all are in this thread, celebrating that it's another non-white. Then you have under here, you have this guy called One Bad Dude. One Bad Dude. Almost 200,000 followers. He writes, diversity without DEI. I mean, this is Cuck-servatism. This is what's pushed on X. 200,000 followers almost. He's celebrating diversity, but without DEI. So I wrote underneath of him, white erasure without DEI. These are the people, if we don't fight our way through the cuck-servative content creators and fight our way through the academics, this white race right here is going to embrace a cold, dead oblivion. They are embracing it right now. A cold, dead oblivion for our people. You can see it in the things they're writing. Gunther the gas pumper, merit higher. There'll be no white males. And the Gunther the gas pumper will be saying, merit hires. You know what? I don't give a shit if every non-white up for the job was superior for this country. This country is, or for the job, this country is ours. We don't turn over our existence to other people. Gunther gas pumper. I don't sacrifice the white race who thought up the idea of meritocracy for the idea that the white race thought up, Gunther gas pumper. When the white race votes to deport millions of non-white people, the white race is saying, this country is ours. It's not going to become Latin America. We are not going to be a hated minority in the country that is ours, that we create. But Gunther gas pumper would replace every white male with non-whites and cheer merit higher. And then one bad dude right under him, diversity without the DEI. I mean, so we end up with white. I really contemplate, isn't this stupefying? These gigantic cocks on X are celebrating white erasure as long as it's done under a different name. As long as it's done legally, as long as it's done under a different name, yay, white erasure. Now, do you believe me now when I say that these people are every bit as much of a challenge to the recapture of our destiny as any anti-white out there? This is an important gathering this Sunday, a very important gathering. This is the worst one of all I have to share. No, this one I'll share next. Jenny here, white female. Wow, Kash is my favorite pick so far. So I wrote underneath of it, another fan here of white erasure. By the way, here's Western Kind Art. She says, I don't think of this as a win. And, you know, by the way, I already gave this a like, and it's not showing it. My God. So, yeah, this white female. Wow, Kash is my favorite pick so far. Got a non-white guy for the job. I wonder if she would say that if it was a white man for the job that was going to burn through it. What did she say about Tom Homan? Not a best pick? I wonder why. Is it because Tom has strawberry blonde hair, blue eyes, white skin? Is it because he's of the white race, a Westman? But here's the best one of all, because here you have Michelle Maxwell, almost 200,000 followers on the Cuck-servative Twitter. And she says, get this, since the left, not the anti-whites, the left, is obsessed with identity politics, since the left is, since the anti-whites are obsessed with identity, you all don't do that at all. Cheering about all of the most female, the most ideologically diverse, the most etc., the most non-white ever. But since the left is obsessed with identity politics, I would hope they aren't going to be against this pick because of his race. And then a smiley face with a winking eye, like, we got him. We got him, bitches. We got him. We're going to hold them to their standard. We're going to be more anti-white than they are. I mean, can you believe a bitch that is this brain dead as Michelle Maxwell? We got him, guys. Hey, guys. Hey, we've cornered them. We own them, guys. We've held the liberals to their own standards. They're not going to be able to oppose this non-white candidate, huh? I swear, this is like being surrounded by nothing but swine. That's what this is. Being surrounded by nothing but swine. Hey, guys, wink. They're not going to be able to come after Kash. He's non-white. How fucking old are you, Michelle? Michelle, you look pretty old to me. You look like you're in your 40s. So you look like an old gal. How are you this dumb in your 40s? How are you this fucking stupid? At what point did you contend with the anti-whites and have them say, oh boy, well, we don't want to look like hypocrites, so we'll have to vote him in? When has that ever happened, Michelle? So I wrote to her, that's why so many conservatives love discriminating against white men in favor of non-whites and women, because the left can't oppose it. We all know the left really hates looking hypocritical, right? So these people are as much a problem as any other that we have to face here. We have big stories. We have other stories beginning to run long on time here for the stories. We got to get into our celebrations. Let me take a little bit of the edge off.
I was trapped in a web I couldn't see. Neon pathogens crawling inside of me. They told me who to be, they filled my mind, but I lost myself, left my truth behind. In this world full of lies and deceit, I stumbled, I crumbled, but I found my feet. Going free, I broke the chains. Now I see clearly I'm not the same. They tried to erase me, twist the truth, but I've got the cure and I've got the proof. Going free from the lies they fed. No more living with doubt in my head. Going free, I found my way. No more guilt, no more decay. In this world I'll stand my ground. Anti-whites can't tear me down. Going free, I've got the cure. Now my heart and soul are pure. In this fight I know who I am. No more lies, I'll take my stand. You try to bury me under their weight, but I've broken free from all of their hate. The world's full of shadows trying to deceive, but going free, I've learned to believe. I've seen the damage they try to make, but the truth inside me won't break. Now I walk this path with open eyes, no more living in their disguise. I've got the cure, I found my voice. No more doubt, I made my choice. Going free, I've learned the way. I'll fight for truth, I won't fade away. Going free, I found my way. No more guilt, no more decay. In this world I'll stand my ground, and their rights can't tear me down. Going free, I've got the cure. Now my heart and soul are pure. In this fight I know who I am. No more lies, I'll take my stand.
Awesome piece. Anglo-Saxon NWG, ladies and gentlemen. It's a little longer than that, but we got to keep things rolling. Another epic piece. And we're going to get into, I love this. I saw this over here. Ivan Zehovable said, the Jason also looks like he's in his 40s, but he's actually in his 60s, believe it or not. Going free keeps him juvenescent. I love that word. Good on you, my friend. A very rare word. Hard to find a place to stick that in. Well done. Well done. Well, I got to show you this because, you know, while I like contrasting these things, here we have the abstractionists, the academics, and the cuck-servative content creators. Total abstractionists. They both fall under that rubric. And they're both aids. They are as much aids to the white race as the anti-Jew, multiracial anti-Jew movement is aids to the white race. They every time they step in front, It doesn't matter how much we are being victimized and targeted, persecuted, exploited. They will step in front and they will say anything to redirect our attention away from our victimization. They'll say, oh, they want to grind everybody down into oblivion, even though it's not happening anywhere else in the world. They'll say, oh, this is just about individual freedoms. It isn't about the white race's freedoms being curtailed so that we are exposed to conditions that bring about biological white erasure. So they're always in the way. And here you have it. And I tweeted about this. They use so many of these females of both sexes in the cuck-servative content creation. And make no mistake, every one of these big Twitter accounts that have hundreds of thousands, millions of followers, and or they get hundreds of thousands or even millions of views, those are ipso facto thought leaders of the resistance to our victimization. That is what Yacarino and Musk has put out there. That is what they, here I can stream and they don't even allow it to be on the screen. They don't allow it to show up like everybody else. It's the glitch banning all the time. But for them, you want to celebrate the fewest heterosexual white males in any let's just say from the perspective of the people being victimized. Can we talk from our perspective for once? I mean, everybody else is going to speak the catechisms of anti-whiteism, and they're going to be praying for how they're so smart, they're so genius. How about some more Camus? How about some more Raymond Camus? How about some more of that? How about some more AcademicAgent? Camus? How about some more of Maxwell? How about some more of Pump the Gas Gunther? How about some more of them? But from our point of view, since we're the ones being victimized, this is the least number of heterosexual white males in any administration ever. That's going to have an impact, isn't it? We're probably going to have things like girls will be able to play sports only against girls. Girls will get what they want. White girls will get what they want. You watch. You watch as this plays out. This country was built, created, fought for, died for, loved for, maimed for by white men. This is repulsive. This administration is repulsive. There, we have an opportunity for champions of all backgrounds to participate. This is my mindset in the government. But white heterosexual males have to be the overwhelming mass majority. The overwhelming mass majority. We need, honestly, we definitely don't need a Trump as a white man in charge, because that continues to convince white people that white people are in charge, and they're not. Anti-whites are in charge of various degrees. Definitely don't want a J.D. Vance. What we need is non-white presidents moving forward, so that white people will stop thinking that we have any control over anything. But you try telling a white conservative, basic run-of-the-mill conservative woman what I just said, that the government should be overwhelmingly run by heterosexual white males, and you watch her lose it. Because Kash. Because we're just this don't we look like the Star Wars resistance? That's the problem. I don't want to look like the Star Wars resistance. I want to look like the Empire. That's what built America. That's what built the United Kingdom. That's what built Germany. That's what sailed the open seas in Spanish and Italian ships and English ships. That's what did it. Not a multiracial witch's cauldron morass of the most ideologically varied, homosexual, genderless, female administration in history. They can be great people. Probably are great people. They didn't build this. That means they can't recreate it. You're going to get a very different country. And yesterday and today really brought it to a head for me. And so what kind of world do we live in? What kind of world do we live in where the white race, according to the academics and the Cuck-servative content creators, aren't being targeted? It's just a generalized, they're grinding everyone down, don't you know? It's a world where a migrant who raped and impregnated a 15-year-old girl after anti-whites who composed a cabin crew on a plane blocked his deportation. So here you have a bunch of anti-whites. Are they progressives? Are they liberals? Are they do-gooders? Or are they anti-white? They were deporting this non-white, anti-white from the country. And the cabin crew of anti-whites of all races, decided, no, he matters. He has value because he's black. He is valuable. He has hopes and dreams. He has cried in his closet at night. And I know because I've seen it in countless iterations on entertainment. Am I right about that? They don't know him, do they? They don't know this guy. They don't know what he's done. They don't know who he is. They don't know what he's capable of. But they do know him, don't they? Because they were with him in every fictional movie, in every fictional book, in every fictionalized story when he was alone and he was crying because the white man's so hard on him. His life's so hard, he has to try 10 times as hard. They were with him in those intimate moments of saying he just wants to get along with everybody, tears rolling down his cheeks. So in the real world, he climbed steps to get onto the aircraft. And the crew said, no, because I know him. I've seen him. I've been with him in his tears. Any more questions about the human mind being incapable of telling the difference between reality and fiction? Any more questions? So they refused. And they had to take this anti-white monster back into the country. And upon his release, told to return in so many days, he went and found himself a 15-year-old virgin and raped the living hell out of her. Are you going to be a cuck-servative content creator and say, here's the data. Here's the data. He's actually a rapist. He's actually a monster. The people on that plane know who he actually is. Imbeciles. And who he actually, they literally know who he actually is because they have cried with him in those movies. You're not going to change this by showing the data. That 15-year-old virgin had the ever-living hell raped out of her by this anti-white monster because of you, cuck-servative content creator, because of you, academic, because you want to go about defending that 15-year-old by pretending that white people aren't being targeted, by acting like you can just show data. I wish it had been you. I wish you could feel her fear. I wish you could feel the rest of her life ruined. Imagine trying to now have a proper boyfriend and a proper marriage and trying to wed love with sexual intercourse. I wish you would suffer because you did that to her. Not this guy. He was only a player in what you have done. I pray to God that somehow all of her terror in those moments, all of the physical pain, because he didn't care. All of the terror, all of the physical pain, all of the choking and the strangling and the hair pulling, and then all the psychological injury over the course of the entirety of her life, never being able to properly connect love and sexual intercourse for the rest of her life, never knowing what that is. I wish God would give it to you because it's your fault. Not in it. That ain't it. You want to have what else is their fault is the place that we've arrived at in the West, where when you criticize an anti-white, German critics or criticizes judge who fined Syrian for raping a 15-year-old girl gets fined twice as much. So here you have another rapist of a 15-year-old. These aren't the same girl. No. I didn't even realize this. The anti-white non-whites, one in the UK, one in Germany, both raped 15-year-old virgins. In this case, the blame laid on, again, Cuck-servative content creators and academics. A German man described a judge as obviously mentally disturbed after the judge issued a light sentence to a Syrian who raped a 15-year-old girl, was slapped with a 5,000 euro fine for insulting the judge. This fine given to Paul, whose name has been changed to protect his identity, was a fine almost double the fine given to the Syrian rapist. The Syrian not only did not have to serve prison time, but was complimented during his trial by the district judge for his integration efforts. He's trying to integrate, and so he should be complimented. He just had this little snafu of brutally raping a 15-year-old virgin. Where's the quote from the judge? The judge said something like, "You're well on your way to being a wonderful member of our community. Oh, you are well on your way to becoming a completely normal citizen here," close quote, is what the judge said. So, with the Cuck-servatives as our defenders and the academics as our defenders against anti-whiteism that everybody scrambles to hear from, that X promotes and puts everywhere, we have these outcomes. Two 15-year-old, am I wrong? Are these two different 15-year-old virgins? One in Germany, one in the UK. Am I wrong? And in one case, the flight crew says, no, we're not going to deport this wonderful human being, very valuable. He's non-white. So he can go home, and he goes and he rapes a 15-year-old virgin. And in the other case, anti-white rapes a 15-year-old virgin, and the judge is like, here's a 2,500 euro fine, and you are well on your way, mister, to being a normal citizen of our community. Somebody outside says, that judge is crazy. 5,000 euro fine. That's how we got here. You know what it feels like? I mean, it feels like, am I wrong? Am I wrong? I feel like when like to maybe lighten this up a little bit, I feel like, and we've got some great victories to celebrate, but I feel like when we have Cuck-servatives, content creators, and academics defending us, it feels like we are being defended by this guy. Biggin. This is your Cuck-servative resistance. Who posted the cuck symbol in the sky? I got to read some of these though. People put some really funny stuff in here. One guy says, shins are getting taken out. This guy said, Stephen Bagel. Cobra Pie. The only thing getting a workout is the black belt. Every little person within a 100-mile radius is terrified. A partial artist rather than a martial artist. Taekwondo, knee terror. Taekwondo, don't. Timu black belt. Maybe end with this one. Not a Bruce Lee. This is Bruce Least. The truth is too nasty to even admit, ladies and gentlemen. We have entered a hell, but we are going to make a comeback here. We're going to be celebrating the great swashbuckling successes. We have your questions and comments to get to. I see that a lot of people have had things to say. We have some financial guests. We have the Go Free lesson of the day, much more, and a lot of celebrating to do. Much more, a lot of celebrating to do. And we're going to do it when we come back. Until then, enjoy Christmas from ForNull.
Hey. It's so white. Sleigh bells ring, are you listening? In the lane, snow is glistening, a beautiful sight. We're happy tonight, walking in a winter wonderland. Gone away is the bluebird, here to stay is a new bird. He sings a love song as we go along, walking in a winter wonderland. In a meadow we could build a snowman, then pretend that he's Parson Brown. He'll say, are you married? We'll say, no, man, but you can do the job when you're in town. Later on, we'll conspire, hey, as we dream by the fire, hope to face unafraid the plans that we've made, walking in a winter wonderland. Now, that's right. We're just walking in that winter wonderland. Oh, ha! Woo! Hey! Baby! Hippity-doo! Ha! I see you. You are having some fun now. Come on! Merry Christmas. In the meadow we can build a snowman and pretend that he's a circus clown. We'll have lots of fun with Mr. Snowman until the other kitties knock him down. When it snows, ain't it thrilling? Though your nose get you chillin'. Hey! We'll frolic and play the western kind way, walking in a winter wonderland. Walking in a winter wonderland. Walking in a winter wonderland. Now. So nice. So wintry and snowy, beautiful. Just feeling that white love. My dog just brought the newspaper in, and my cat brought the mail in, and it's really just a wonderful time. Hey! Oh, yeah! Woo! Hey! Up-a-da-dink-a-dong-a-doo. Walking in a winter wonderland. Yeah. Hey. Woo. Merry Christmas, everyone. Especially white people.
Celebrate ForNull for that, ladies and gentlemen, especially white people. Gotta love this guy. I know I do. It is time for the swashbuckling successes, ladies and gentlemen. It is the beginning of the month. And so you know what we do. We celebrate the honors roll call first. Let's make sure we're hearing it from you. Raucous emojis. Celebrate beginning with the great ForNull and that magnificent piece, Winter Wonderland. Beautifully done by the great ForNull. God bless him. We're heading over to the all-stars of the honors roll call. You too can participate in this by getting on one of the platforms. We have a Gumroad Subscribe Star where you can financially give every single month, one time, without even thinking about it, so you won't miss. At the very top of the honors roll call is the all-stars, and at the top of the all-stars is Promethean Healing. Big salutes, big salutes. Quadruple 07s, crowns. Give this man some crowns. Many crowns and gems, and Winger Productions is on it. Big salutes. Crowns and gems. Promethean Healing. Also in the All-Stars is Joseph. Good to see you there. Western Sunrise among the All-Stars on the honors roll call. And I think that's it. I think that's all of the All-Stars on the honors roll call. So that's it. Yep. And we have... on the rest of the honors roll call, we have King Petras, and we have Mark, and based in Florida, and Hartman, and June, your LG, and Defeat Deceit. Tamara is there as to Mother of Victory, and Maverint and Xanasac are both there. Greg is there, and so is Save Western Civilization Now. And rounding out the honors roll call, we have Hendrickson. Good to see you over there. And we have Riot over there as well. And then finally, I think the very last we have on the honors roll call is Scott. Let's give these people some big salutes. A lot of love. Show them love. We need the liquidity to be the Church of White Wellbeing. If that's what we are, the Church of White Wellbeing, we need the liquidity. It's very important. If we're going to be the white ADL, the white positive ADL, we need it. So big salutes to all of these heroic champions. God bless you all. That is the honors roll call. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to get on to celebrating Franklinator. The Franklinator, the hero, the champion of very late last night. How do I know? Because we were messaging me and the great Franklinator. He was up. He was gathering some of the victories here and there. He's very busy these days. He can't gather all the victories up. But we have so many victories, and we're celebrating you as best as we can, and we're giving salute swashbuckling flags. They go under the misnomer pirate flag. Make sure you get those out, but celebrate Franklin for doing the timestamps on the Sunday Church of White Wellbeing. and for IRL activism and for moderating when he can. He's very busy these days. God bless him. We love him. And for getting together the victories that he is able to get together every single week for us, and for going over to the number one son of Donald Trump Jr., every single week and talking with him using the concepts of lexical dialectical power of Go Free Dialogic, which is how we made it to Donald Trump, and Donald Trump saying that there is anti-whiteism in this country and it can't be allowed either. Give big salutes to the Franklinator and to these gentlemen who joined him. He would like to thank Homeless Bear and Ivan and Cool Papa J Magic for joining him this week over on the Donald Trump Jr. stream. Let's show those gentlemen love for joining the swashbuckling Commander Franklin over there doing a magnificent job. Also, let's hear it for Brent the Dean Danger, ladies and gentlemen. This champion this past week was on an interview. He was interviewed by Jan over at History Reviewed channel, and it went so pristinely, it went so gloriously for white well-being. And this Brand guy, he is something special. He's moderating. He's a troll slayer. He is heading up School of the West World. He is the Dean of Danger. It is Brand Danger, ladies and gentlemen, celebrating epic job, and a big salute to Jan over there at History Review channel for having him on for a great discussion. God bless these champions. Hey, I want you all to know, if I miss your victory, we got to find out about your victories. You got to let us know, because we reach out as much as we can in our busy lives to find out the kind of victories that we're having, but we continue to have them. We want everybody to be celebrated. So let's get the celebration on. Let's show right now some of the swashbuckling heroes. Here's one of the greatest of all swashbuckling champions, Cool Papa J Magic. He is over there under ABL. That's a conservative content creator, black guy, conservative black guy. The Cool Papa J Magic in ABL's audience gets 324 likes and climbing on this statement: anti-whiteism is destroying this country. Wouldn't you know it? Isn't that amazing? You can go into these different conservative content creator audiences, even when the conservative content creator is non-white, and you can get the audience in droves agreeing when you talk about the problem being anti-whiteism. Give it up for the great commander of swashbuckling, Cool Papa J Magic. We continue here. This time he is under Actual Justice Warrior. Almost 600 likes from Actual Justice Warrior's audience and replies. And Cool Papa J Magic says there, an entire career built on anti-whiteism. Both of them, actually, entire career, and everybody there agreeing it's built on anti-whiteism, not on some bizarre abstraction. Let's keep it going. Nothing but crowns, feathers, laurels of victory, Christmas trees, whatever you can think of. Certainly swashbuckling flags for this swashbuckling commander. He continues. Over here, he's under Lotus Eaters, the Abstraction Coward Central. Almost 700 likes. This is what I'm telling you, folks. The people, even in abstractionist cowardice circles, they want the truth. They're willing to hear the truth, which is why we are being censored and have to try 10 times harder than everybody else. Cool Papa J Magic says in this lengthy reply there, 37 plus replies and climbing, he says, anti-whiteism starts with jealousy and envy. They see the way we live and treat each other, the beauty of what we create, the incredible achievements and innovations of Western kind, and it inspires feelings of inferiority in them. It's not our fault they can't seem to emulate our way of life, but the anti-white narrative says otherwise. In this story, everyone else's faults and shortcomings are due to past oppression, and everything we have and everything we've built was either taken from others or created by way of exploitation. And this story spans all of Western civilization. It's total fiction. we will not be able to convince others to stop being jealous. We need to start caring for our own well-being and stop worrying about what others think about it. You know why this comment is so glorious? Is because he has essentially, this great commander of swashbuckling, has essentially spelled out the totality of the what we argue in the Go Free practice to an audience that is showing up for abstractions. And you have working on 700 of them already at that point, saying yes to the totality of our argument. Not even just a piece. This is the totality. There's yes to all of it. Really big salutes to Cool Papa. Keep it going. This is amazing. Again, under the Lotus Eaters, working on 400 likes from that audience. What is this? BR rewards white erasure. BlackRock rewards white erasure and punishes companies, individuals in their ranks who are not anti-white enough. And they have no problem admitting it. Truly disgusting behavior. So acknowledge here. Let's give it up for Cool. He went over there, and you know what they're saying over there. The technocrats are just trying to grind everybody down into this morass of meaninglessness. And he went over there and he's pointing out it's white erasure. That's what they're up at BlackRock. It's not grinding down the world and wiping out all the cultures. It's just white people who are the victims. And even the people there can heed. I tell you, when a commander of white well-being shows up on a mighty steed, fire licking the hooves of the beast, and he swings into action, feather atop his beautiful hat, and tells it like it is, they sit up and take listen. They're always going to listen to a real man. He doesn't stop, though. He's over on Lotus Eaters. Keir Starmer, again, we need to oppose and condemn all anti-whiteism, as well as the specific political and cultural figures who express it. Starmer is anti-white, working on 300 likes, again, from that exact same abstractionist audience. Could you imagine if we weren't being censored, if the resistance that's pushed wasn't the cuck-servative, abstractionist, academic nonsense? He's back again, ladies and gentlemen, this time under Matt Walsh, working on 200 likes, white erasure to the extreme anti-whiteism in overdrive. Pun intended there, over on Jaguar, ruining the brand with anti-whiteism. Well done. Dandy Westman. I believe it was Dandy that corrected this. It used to say, what, for wokies or something? For woke men. Now it says no country for anti-whites. I love it. And then adds this nowhiteguild.org on it. I love the fix to the meme. How many people have seen it? On just this post, 34.1 thousand views, hundreds of likes and reposts and quotes and bookmarks, ladies and gentlemen. Give it up for the great Dandy Westman, a true swashbuckling commander. Let's keep it going, ladies and gentlemen. Here we have Hans the Skipper, and he's over here on garbage. Is it garbage? What do they call themselves? Human beings? Hans the Skipper, under them, and getting from their audience 11.1 thousand views, hundreds of likes and retweets. And what do we have here? Hans says, the white nuclear family is the ideal necessary for the continuation of our people. You may fall short, but when you promote biological white erasure, you are anti-whites. You are anti-white. I don't know what this content creator is trying to encourage, but probably some sort of abstractionist view about what's being done with the white erasing of all of our stories. Well done. Let's give it up for this. Hans the Skipper, swashbuckler, rode in there with the swashbuckling flag whipping in the breeze. It was glorious. He's back again, this time over on, I don't know who this creator is. It cut off for some reason at the top. Hans the Skipper, underneath another creator, 12,500 views of that creator's audience and almost 100 likes and retweets. He says here, another hush crime we don't need to talk about because it contradicts the anti-white narrative where evil is straight and white. That is brilliantly written as the crowd takes a breath for the great Hans the Skipper. Beautiful dialectic, beautiful use of the concepts. We love it. What a swashbuckling, magnificent hero. Had the saber in one hand and the swashbuckling flag in the other. Gotta love this guy. Give him hope. What is this, ladies and gentlemen? What is this? Well, we'll be getting to it in a moment. What is this? What is this, ladies and gentlemen? We'll be getting to it and what is this? What is this? We'll be getting to that in a moment. Keep all the celebration going, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to bring to you first and foremost the one and only King Dice.
Many things to be thankful for this Thanksgiving is we're finally making progress in the culture war. As Andrew Breitbart famously stated years ago, politics is downstream from culture, meaning if you can change the culture, then the laws are going to change to reflect that culture. And we've seen the left completely poison our culture, poison pop culture, mainstream media, social media, education, corporate policies. But now that conservatism is the counterculture making a resurgency and people are finally growing a spine to push back, we're having events like this. Walmart just ended their DEI, their diversity, equity, and inclusion policies. This on the New York Times. Walmart, once eager to promote diversity, which of course is a code word meaning less white people, anti-whiteism, pulls back amid conservative pressure.
Yes.
Yeah. Axios, another one of these online wastes of cyberspace, laments that Walmart won't be the last company to pull back on DEI, and as you'll see, they certainly aren't the first, because this is a growing trend.
Conservatives fighting back against corporate DEI may have scored their biggest victory yet. Walmart, the nation's largest private employer, just announced it is rolling back its diversity, equity, and inclusion initiatives.
They're anti-white initiatives, and we're going to continue changing the culture, and maybe in 2025, we could finally get some of the mainstream conservatives, the Conservative Inc. political pundits and talk show hosts, start using the proper language, proper terminology for this anti-whiteism.
Made outcries over so-called corporate wokeism and claims that DEI is more divisive than inclusive. Walmart says it's ending racial equity training programs for staff.
He means ending indoctrinating the staff with anti-white propaganda.
We love big
programs
guys.
designed to increase supplier diversity.
Meaning stocking products from BIPOC-owned companies, Black, Indigenous, or people of color, not because those products are better. Oftentimes, they're not any good at all, but specifically only because they're granting favoritism to
Celebrate King Dice.
non-white-owned suppliers.
Everybody on their feet to celebrate King Dice. Anti-white, anti-whiteism. He is a god among mortals. God bless you, King Dice. We're going to keep it going, though, ladies and gentlemen, because we're not done there. Oh, no, you're not even going to believe it. Robbie Starbuck, he was on BBC News, and he had something very interesting to say on BBC News. Let's see about Robbie Starbuck.
Can check a box saying they're Latino. That's wrong. And frankly, many of the DEI programs, they're just simply Trojan horses for left-wing values. And in many ways, the programs have been explicitly anti-white. We've seen this already in our court system with many people winning cases already because of policies that were just strictly anti-white and discriminated against a race.
Yes, celebrate Robbie Starbuck, ladies and gentlemen. He said the truth. We were hoping he would say the truth. It's anti-white. Celebrate Robbie Starbuck. On your feet. And we're not even done there. Oh, it gets more glorious. It gets even more glorious. We got one more to share. It gets even more glorious, ladies and gentlemen, because where there had been resistance for eons, it seemed. For eons, it seems. I want you to listen closely. The weird words guy can never, the guy with the weird words for so many years, he can't be allowed. He can't be allowed. But what?
No society other than one put together by whites would the media even think of sending this message over and over, and people would not swallow this kind of nonsense. This to me is a symptom of just how unique and ultimately potentially suicidal white people are. These people are victims, and we should not despise them. These are our erring brothers and sisters, and our attitude towards them must be one of pity, not condemnation. It's bigger than they are. It's just too strong. The forces are just too strong for them to fight. But again, these people just show how we are different and how strong the forces of anti-whiteism are.
Yes!
Thanks.
Yes!
$10 from Winter.
Yes! Oh my God, big salutes to Mr. Taylor, ladies and gentlemen. Big salutes, everybody on your feet. We love him using the word anti-whiteism. How glorious is it? Celebrate these massive victories. The world is changing, and it's because all of us in this community, is because all of us have dug down and are making it happen, and we will be right back. Wow, the Aurora Borealis pours in on the glory of the work that we are doing, ladies and gentlemen. I am forever motivated with love, hope, and redemption to welcome all people of all backgrounds to join us in our glorious and moral crusade against anti-whiteism, which is the evil of this epoch, bringing injury to everyone by way of its attack and the justification for those attacks on Western kind. Won't you too become a part, if you're listening to my voice, to this glorious, noble, and moral crusade to put an end to the evil of the age, which is anti-whiteism. We got some more things to talk about. What a glorious victory. Now, of course, we know that places like Walmart, they're pulling back, but don't forget, we watched the video. In fact, I have it right here. I think this is it. Let's see here. I have the video right here. So don't ever forget where they talk about here, as we pointed out, when you call things just DEI or the different names that anti-whites will give to anti-whiteism, they just change the names. So don't forget that's happening. That's why we have to call it what it actually is.
Diversity, equity, and inclusion, or DEI programs, are under attack by conservative lawmakers and activists. From college campuses to corporate America, the fear of legal liability and political backlash is leading some to backtrack or rebrand their diversity initiatives. In the last few weeks, there have been...
I'm sorry, did he say rebrand? Which is what's happening, which is what we've seen. In fact, this woman at some point in this, she outright says,
maker of Jack Daniel's whiskey and paring back their DEI programs. What's the through line? Why are these companies in particular scaling back?
So these companies have all been targeted by a social media influencer by the name of Robbie Starbuck.
Here's why it's so important for Robbie Starbuck to now say only anti-white and anti-whiteism, not endlessly DEI and whatever names they give. This woman specifically points out how they're actually not getting rid of these programs. They are renaming and rebranding.
And unlike other conservative activists, Robbie Starbuck, he's not a lawyer. He's just the guy online who is bringing attention to what he calls woke policies at retailers or at companies that have a lot of consumer interest, where he believes those consumers don't want the companies to be adopting those policies. For example, if you go out into middle America and very rural communities, you're likely to find a higher number of more conservative people that might not be as interested in seeing trans workers at Tractor Supply, say, being provided with healthcare. So he's essentially trying to blend the potential conservative impulses of this certain groups of people with what their
What group of people? The ones who are having their norms and mores white erased.
corporate policies are doing, and say, hey, there's a disconnect here. And he's been extremely effective. These couple campaigns have just come in the last 2 months, since actually 3 months, since early June. So we've seen a lot of movement on the corporate front. One of the things I think we have to ask ourselves, though, is whether or not these companies were ever really as committed to diversity, equity, and...
So obviously, this is an anti-white talking. Were they really anti-white enough
The whole culture, the whole business environment, the whole educational environment, radically anti-white. Were they anti-white enough?
Inclusion.
Did you imagine? All of these companies celebrate every quarter white erasing, specifically white males. They look how many more non-white people we have, and next quarter it'll be better. And she actually has the gall to say, were they really anti-white enough?
Efforts, the same efforts they're rolling back now as they said there were, no matter what the headlines were, the press releases said, 2 years ago.
Well, looking at the data, white men still control about 60% of the top leadership roles, while making up about 30% of the U.S. workforce. That's according to federal workplace data. So that raises two questions. One,
why are white
is
men
the concern among these conservative activists misplaced? But the question I'll put to you is, are these DEI initiatives actually working?
We've seen some very limited movements with respect to people of color and women in positions of senior leadership. But actually, white women have been the key beneficiaries of DEI policies to date. When we talk about whether or not this has filtered down to all communities of color, women of color, perhaps, I think it's harder to see the dramatic movement. I think the hope was, especially with the policies that came into place after the murder of George.
Hope was we just get rid of the white men. And remember, we just read last month how these big companies are having to get rid of their female and non-white CEOs because the companies are doing too poorly. If you remember that article we read.
Floyd. Actually, if we just all really put all our efforts into trying to diversify our workforces, we'll see more movement than we have. We have seen some movement. The numbers are really small. I think it's about 9% of senior leadership roles are now held by by Black people, where they make up 14% of the population. But it's small. It's like 7 to 9%, something like that.
Setting aside the political aspect of all of this and the culture war aspect of all of this, there are advocates for diversity who say that you can make a good business case for it, that having a workplace that has a diversity of views in the room usually makes for better business.
That's something, frankly, even I guess opponents of DEI, some of them do say that. I think there's really three groups of people, right? There are the really pro that says, well, we respect the idea of we're white people and we want to hold on to the power that we have in this society, and that's a different group of people. Frankly, no one is, I think there's some crossover between the two groups, the two first groups I mentioned, and no one's really kind of speaking to the intersection of them, one CEO to another. And that's kind of part of why DEI as an acronym has become this charged, very controversial term recently.
And what's driving the backlash? Long-standing efforts to diversify and increase the talent pool at the workplace?
Well, in the workplace, people who oversee DEI efforts, some of them call them the variety of EDI, D&I. It just means to diversify the workplace.
So you see right there, and somewhere in here she talks about how it's just rebranding, but you can see right there that there are several names. So getting rid of the name DEI is not going to get rid of the anti-whiteism.
And exactly what that means is different from company to company. It's different from DEI professional to DEI professional, from one CEO to another. And that's kind of part of why DEI as an acronym has become this charged, very controversial term recently.
And what's driving the backlash?
Well, part of it is this woke, anti-woke culture war idea. A lot of these diversity, equity, and inclusion programs were really ramped up, if not put into place and to begin with, after the murder of George Floyd back in 2020.
But now anti-whiteism been around for generations.
So companies made hundreds of billions of dollars worth of commitment to say, we want more diverse people in our workforce, and we want to help diverse communities, chiefly people of color. That all sort of started to change around the time we saw that backlash against ESG, environmental, social, and governance. It's one of these buzzwords that really has to do with a certain form of investing, but has become this culture war topic. So the S is the DEI piece, and that's really what's come under fire recently, especially since the Supreme Court rolled back affirmative action in 2023.
So as we mentioned, Lowe's joins Tractor Supply, Harley Davidson, the maker of Jack Daniel's whiskey, and paring back their DEI programs. What's the through line? Why are these companies in particular scaling back?
So these companies have all been targeted by.
So I'll have to find it, and I'll get it for us where she talks about, maybe it's in a different interview I thought she was in, Simone Fox. But she talks about how, well, they're just going to rebrand and that's how they'll remedy it. I really thought it was this one, but.
One is, I think there's some crossover between the two groups. The two first are so loud and they're really dominating the conversation.
Yeah. Might have been a different interview. But if you recall, she was talking about just rebranding, and that's essentially, that's how we opened too. That's why I thought it was this one, where they're just going to give a new name and they're going to keep marching on. And in fact, that's what we're seeing. So just like the great King Dice was saying, we have to be calling it anti-whiteism, or we're never going to remedy it. You'll just be chasing around the ghosts the anti-whites make for you forever. It'll never end. Oh, what's it called now? There's a new thing. I mean, can you hear like Aunt Betty next week? Oh, there's a new thing now. It's called Bridge, that we heard from Smash JT. And what was the other one? Not diverse growth. Something like Sloth said it. Inclusive growth, I think. Inclusive growth. Yeah, there'll be new names. What we got to do right now, we're going to celebrate the financial gifters, and we're going to keep marching along. I want to get to your comments over the course of this gathering. If you wrote something and it scrolled away, please post it again. Tag me as No White Guilt, @ No White Guilt. We're going to get to the lesson of the day. Very important. And but first, we're going to get to the financial gifts. Ladies and gentlemen, Raucous emojis on your feet. Firecrackers, anonymous, financially gifting $500. $500 testimonial dollars to the Church of White Wellbeing here as we begin December 1st. Merry Christmas. Good Yule to everybody. $500. Let him know that you love him. Let him know that you are celebrating. Anonymous $500 financial gift. Let's keep it going. We'll head on over as we celebrate Anonymous and the $500 White Well BB dollars. Over here on the Dude Bro Moment platform, aka Entropy, we have $50 that we are going to celebrate. $50 from the great Dude Bro Moment, who even showed up and financially gifted when I did an extra stream on Thanksgiving. God bless him. God bless him. And with these $50, wonderful baby, defeat the anti-white dollars. He writes, for white well-being. I'm loving it. Great job, brother. And let me look over here and make sure we see if we have any others to celebrate. Thank you all. Everybody who is celebrating. Big salutes. Let me see if we have any else to celebrate. And if not, we'll go to all of the rest of the financial gifts. I think that's what we'll do. I think that's probably it. We have Yiz the Unifier. And you may have seen the banner coming across the bottom of the screen a couple times during the gathering today that Monday is for the dragons, and it's back. Monday is for the dragons. You have Yiz the Unifier, Discordant Dragons at 6, and then at 8, you have Dragon's Synth Adventures with the great ForNull. He's back, and he's back making these awesome streams. It's laid back. Make sure, and these are Eastern Standard Time. Make sure that you're at both of those streams, or just have your device running and log in to be an audience member and share it so we can grow the community, so that we can have a more rounded, the communal brotherhood, sisterhood in this community, fellowshipping. Make sure you're there. I'll be looking for you. Thank you so much. $5 from Yiz the Unifier. She says, weekly folk tithe for white well-being. God bless you, sister. Let me swivel on back to the Dude Bro Moment platform. Some guy is over there, and he financially gifts $5. Thank you, some guy. He says, hey, bros, for white well-being. We love it.
Thank you so much. Some guy we have over here on Odyssey. We have some library tokens that have been dished out. And we have, looks like some dollars as well. We have a $10 financial gift over there on Odyssey. Thank you so much, good brother. From Land of the Fake. Land of the Fake, financially gifting $10. Says with those $10, 100% correct. Most of these conservative pundits only give arguments that make everyone hate white people more, including, and most importantly, white people. Right. Yeah, white people and mostly white people. Precisely. Well said. Your words are more crucial than anything else right now. God bless Land of the Fake. Thank you for that. Yeah, you're 100% right, man. You're 100% right. All they do is they mislead our people and they engender more hatred against us. We also have financially gifting 5 library tokens. Who'da thunk it? And he writes with those, thank you very much. He says, I wouldn't put it past anti-whites to remove overtime pay regulations or perform 100% tax on extra hours pay per week for white people. And Cuck-servatives wouldn't just grumble about the hypocrites and the rise and not rise for white well-being. We don't hate anti-whites. We don't hate anti-white lights enough. I 100% agree with that. Who'da thunk it? You're so right. Yeah, the hardcore anti-whites could absolutely say, "Oh, well, we're gonna get rid of this burden, this onerous burden for non-white people and probably women, but not for white males." And the Cuck-servatives, you're right. They would turn it into another abstraction. He financially gets another 5 library tokens over there on Odyssey. Thank you, good brother. With these 5 library tokens, spoonerism there. I mean, I just got to say for a second, Cuck-servative content creators and the academics also, Cuck-servative academics, or wherever they consider themselves, as long as they see themselves in opposition to this dominant anti-whiteism, they are really flagitious. Look it up. They deserve our odium because they are odious. They are flagitious in every sense of the word. And we have to storm through them. And we have to storm through the supporters. All metaphorically, of course. Because if that's the defense, the victimization will continue. More disgusting, he says, is the meme pathogen surrender to female leadership when it comes to anti-white rapists. The abandonment to anti-white feminists, hypocrisy, instead of compassionate ownership, which does not sacrifice our victims in the name of some amount of anti-whiteism, is unacceptable. Close quote. I agree completely, brother. Another sagacious comment by Who'da Thunk It after gifting 5 library tokens. Thank you, brother. We got some participation today. People are getting in. They want to get their voice heard. Nothing on D Live that I can see. I got to refresh it. It's not my screen. Yeah, there's nothing over there. All right. And on Premium Rumble, no financial gifts, but we got some of the champs that normally show up over there. And I will come back and make sure that if you've tagged me, I see what you have to say. Let me swivel around here. The mailbag today is empty. I peeked into the mailbag and I said, it feels pretty light. And it was. There wasn't anything in there. So we don't have to talk about the mailbag today. We do have the lesson of the day and no announcements. So that's really all there is. And your comments. It's just you and me. It's you and me. It's you and it's me. It's you and me. And we are going to find out what you have to say, what your questions are. What are your comments on the things I was sharing? Are you as irritated about the academics? Are you as excited about Taylor using anti-whiteism? Are you irritated or as irritated as I am about the Cuck-servative content creators and how they're getting in the way and all of this support? I mean, all of this like joyous, yay, Kash Patel. Again, irrespective of him or what kind of job he could end up doing. The disease is manifesting itself in this celebration of the white erasure of our people. If these people in these Cuck-servative audiences, if they weren't celebrating the white erasure, specifically of white males, and they were happy about Kash Patel, I would take it in a completely different light. I would want to know, well, what is Kash Patel's history that you're so excited about that you think he'll really be able to achieve? But in the light of everything else they're saying, it's a celebration of white erasure. It really is the belief that, the anti-whites, we get to own them by white erasing because that's their moral structure and therefore our moral structure. So tag me as No White Guilt. I want to hear what you have to say. The nameless one is here. The great First Last is in the house. The great ForNull is in the house. It's wonderful to see the heroes are here. The heroes are always here. Red Dog is here. Cool. Papa J. Cindy Bed. For White Wellbeing. I love that video I played of yours at the beginning of the gathering. That is really talking about coffee and how moving and memorable and epic. June is here. Show that man some love. Hello to June. How are you, June? And we have, who else is here? In the house of white well-being. In the Prometheum. Corey is with us. Great to see you, Corey. Another champion. Device Existing says, can you comment on Joe Biden pardoning his son? Did he pardon his son today? Did that happen? President Biden pardons his son 2 hours ago. Wow. Joe Biden pardoned his son Hunter Sunday night. A reversal for the president. Now, did somebody tell you that Joe Biden would pardon his son? Did somebody say that it would be crazy for Joe Biden not to pardon his son? I wonder who that could be. Anybody know? Anybody over there? Do you know who that could have been? Somebody said, I know, months and months and months back, that Joe Biden would pardon his son. And that guy might have even said that if he were Joe Biden, he would pardon his son. Anybody? How about over there? Anybody? No? Oh, it was the No White Guilt guy that said that. Whoa. The No White Guilt guy said that Joe would pardon his son, that the No White Guilt guy would pardon his son if he were Joe, that who cares what everybody thinks about it, that it was inevitable, it was ineluctable. Joe Biden pardoned his son in accordance with No White Guilt's prediction Sunday night. A reversal for the president who repeatedly said he would not use his executive. In fact, Joe Biden was still running for office again when I said he would pardon his son. I believe in the justice system, but as I have wrestled with this, I also believe raw politics has infected this process and it led to a miscarriage of justice. And once I made this decision, a miscarriage of justice, of course, this weekend, there was no sense in delaying it further. Could you imagine, as I said, I'll just repeat, what his wife would have done if he didn't pardon their baby drug-addled boy? She would make every one of his final seconds miserable. I hope Americans will understand why a father and a president would come to this decision. Well, of course, to the question or device existing, just another sign of the corruption. But more importantly, I think, for those in this community and the work that we're doing at the basis of all things is that the mores of the West have been white erased that would have shamed him enough to not do this. So that's my comment on it. I predicted that he would absolutely do it, and he did. And the most important aspect is that the social condemnation is gone. It's gone. The majority of the United States in the West, they don't practice the mores, the norms, the customs of the West anymore. There is no group to shame him. I made this prediction at 11 years of age. By 12, I was saying that they would interview different brands to sell sneakers, to sell beer, to sell whatever, would use convicted criminals in prison eventually because of the white mores, the white norms, the white social condemnation. This is a demonstration that the social morality of the West is the anti-white moral imperative, which is immoral for Western kind, for Western civilization. And so that's how he's able to do this. No shame. No condemnation. But let's just keep messing around with the drapes. Let's just keep talking about abstractions. Let's just keep pretending that we can remedy this fundamental problem by pretending that our mores are the world's. And what happens when we do that? Who defends when our mores, when our norms, when our customs are not ours? They belong to the commons. And we've all heard of tragedy of the commons. Nobody defends the commons. And that's what's happening. And that's what the Cuck-servatives push. Every single day they open their ugly faces. They say, these are everybody's morals. These are everybody's norms. These are everybody's just from around the world. And it's not. It's not. But more importantly, even if there were identical elsewhere around the world, and in my opinion, there isn't, there are some similarities, of course. We're all human beings, but it's not identical. But even if there were identical norms and mores and social customs, we still have to own our own in order to engender a fight within us, to fight for them, to keep them. If they belong to the world, they're the commons, and we just look on and we watch. Thanks for bringing that update. First Last says, chasing ghosts for a racial straw man. Tag me again with some context. Slots, the great Slots is here, referring to somebody, some female, as a anti-white pig. Jay Bishop is here. Ivan Z. Harabala is here. What would we even debate about? It would just be me saying, it's weird, weird, weird. No white guilt. Were you talking about the use of the concepts? Yeah, exactly. That's what if we debated it, it would just be the other side saying, it's weird. Those words are weird. Biospirit of the West is in the house. Big celebration, as he's pointing out there in the live chat, for Team White Wellbeing. Rocking it out. The outreach team, ladies and gentlemen. The OT. Big celebration for the OT. Victory after victory after victory. And all of it being done by people who are giving their time for the love, hope, and redemption of the recapture of our destiny. God bless them. So true. Biospirit of the West and the leader of the OT. Vincent is here. He says, Vincent says, Jared and Jason, a forever love, kiss emoji. Thanks, man. JK160 is in the house. JK160 says he's still not a fan of Taylor. He hadn't come around enough. He would go a long way to reaching out to me and saying, you know what? Come on over. Speak at Ameren. Come on my show. Speak about white well-being and what you all are doing. That would make a difference, wouldn't it? That would be a real reversal. Good to see you all. Who else is in the house? What other tags do we have? AOC is with the great Azimuth Clark. Azimuth Clark said something. I didn't get an opportunity to comment on it during the Thanksgiving stream. It was really lovely. You have to go back and find where he said it, but he was saying this is as much my family as any of like my blood or whatever. I'm paraphrasing, but it was a beautiful thing. And God bless the great Azimuth Clark. Been a real champion, a real swashbuckling hero. We love this guy for white well-being. God bless you, man. You and your family. Winged Productions is in the house. Great to see you, brother. Feel No Weight says, feel no weight. Hello to you and welcome. What a glorious swashbuckling celebration we had. Remember, tag me as No White Guilt so I can see your comments or questions, whatever you got. Let me know. Russ is with us. He said, forget that ADL crap. We can figure a better name. Oh, well, we are the Church of White Well-Being, my friend. What we mean by the white positive ADL is that we can, if given the right resources, and we can be more effective for white people in that same kind of work as the ADL is for Jewish people. And you know it, because the ADL has to make a mountain out of a molehill everywhere they go to talk about harm to Jews. Mike, we have a surfeit of harm to white people. We would be such an explosive force of white heart emojis and roses. It would be glorious everywhere we went. Think about it. Happy Thanksgiving to Bass. Good to see you, brother. Happy late Thanksgiving and Merry Christmas and good Yule to you. Device says, thanks for responding, and I agree. It's like a third world country. Yep, that's where we are now. Big victories today, says Cool. I am amped up. He says, I'm a big Christmas guy, so maybe that has something to do with the extra jolly state. Absolutely. We are big Christmas. And we're celebrating here in our final 30 minutes. We're continuing to talk. We're going to be talking about lesson of the day. Who and what you are when you go free. We're going to be getting to that with a beautiful Christmas music playing behind us. Almost 700 people on Twitter. Make sure you share because we are being shadow banned on Twitter. So share your friends. You know this is where people want to be. I mean, you know where I'm not beautiful, but I'm easy on the eyes, and I'm brilliant, and I'm right all the time, almost all the time. And when I don't get it right, ForNull gets it right. Sloths gets it right. First Last gets it right. Biospirit of the West gets it right. For White Wellbeing gets it right. So we're just right. We're winning. We're having successes. The work that we're doing is showing up in the world around us. Merry Christmas and good Yule. These are the victories we need to be having. We have the great sloths as financially gifted. The great sloths financially gifting $1 over there on Premium Rumble. God bless you, brother. What does he write with that $1? What do you think about feelings of imposter syndrome in Westman today, about belonging to their own race and speaking to white well-being and against anti-whiteism? So imposter syndrome, that you don't belong? Is that what you're talking about? Tag me over here on Twitter. Give me some context. So like we don't belong? Like we don't live up to what we are supposed to be? As in the way imposter syndrome is used in the workforce, for example? Oh, he says, yeah. So what do you think about the feelings of imposter syndrome that in Western kind for being white, that we don't feel like we're living up to Western kind and who we're supposed to be, what our ancestors were, belonging to their own race and speaking to white well-being and against anti-whiteism? Okay, for that part of the question, are you asking me about like the strategy to talk to those people since they don't feel like they are representative of the glory of the West? I'm watching you on Premium Rumble. If you want to comment there, that's easier. You own the house, my friend. You own it. It is yours. Take full control. I got some stickers over here from, is it Otter? Is it Otter what? Let me lean over. Otter Rocks. Is that what that says? That's your name? On D-Live, some stickers. Guy hanging out. And one of those little Groiper frog characters. I don't know if that's a nice Groiper frog. He doesn't appear to be able to see straight. But that's okay. Let me look for tags while we wait for slots on Odyssey. And I will also look over here. We have on the live chat of Twitter, Zen says, tired of the word diversity. Yeah, it's a meme pathogen. It always means white erasure. Always. When a non-white area has white people moving into it. I remember over the years, it was like a big thing when these guys would find these examples of anti-whites being hypocritical. And I was like, really? And they would say, look here. In this neighborhood in Baltimore, it's all black, but white guys are moving in there, you know, specifically guys who are attracted to other guys, but they're white and they're moving in. And look at how the media is talking about it. They're not saying that, oh, the white guys are diversifying this all black area. No, it's something immoral. It's gentrifying. So it's very clear that the victim is the white race, that our presence is what is objectionable to them. But yeah, them thinking they're making a big point was pretty silly. I don't see any tags for me over there, but I do see Land of the Fake. And good to see you, champion.
Remember, tag me as @ no white guilt. Oh yeah, Kung Fu Panda for that guy. Man, I don't know who he was training to fight, but whoever that 3 foot tall guy is in some serious shit, because that guy is ready. Personal struggles with it, not so much outreach. Obviously, we have an ideal. So the erasure of racial boundaries affects the idea of being distinct and belonging. So the personal struggle, like if you look at yourself and you're like, I don't feel like I'm representative of what the white race can be or should be or has been. And I have felt that myself. And for me, that's what drives me to be constructive. That's a great question. Knowing that those heroes of our history are within us, I know then that I can come closer and closer to approximating what a true man of the West, our ideal, is supposed to be by the practice of Go Free, using it on myself, approaching these topics as we discuss them here, so that we continue to build on top of, in the subconscious mind, all of these mean pathogens that have fettered our wings, that have brought us low. So I think that every single white person, woman of the West, man of the West, who has embarked on this journey realizes at different points, so it will recur, that we've got a long way to go personally, and that the realization that we'll never make it. And to be exactly, that's true for all of us. None of us will ever get to an approximation of the man of the West or the woman of the West that we could have been as a consequence of our victimization. And so I realized that, and there were years where it hit me more and angered me more, particularly because I would think about what I could have been and done, and I only get one life. So I don't get another crack at this. I don't get another chance to be what I could have been and done in an atmosphere that isn't anti-white, that wasn't teaching my elders this and then filtering to me and then teaching me directly through the news and entertainment media and education. But every time I recall that this was an injury inflicted on me by anti-whites, and that infuriates me. That really drives me. So my improvement is largely driven as a revenge on them. I will show them. I will prove to them. I will destroy more of their anti-white narrative. I will be closer to what I could have been, to really exhibiting. I will bring forth young white men and women who will be even closer to what we can be as men and women of the West. So it's one of those things that it's really challenging. But when I see it as a work in progress, when I see it as a mission, the journey itself, it encourages and engenders more energy for the journey. And knowing that none of us will ever be what we could have been, and no one else on the planet. There is no male that is a man or a female woman of the West as we could be or should be or would have been. Knowing that reality as well. And that ultimately, like I was saying with Franklin last night, we are light years ahead of everyone else. Even if we had 1 minute worth of swashbuckling successes every Sunday, and we have many more, even if we had 1 minute more, that's 1 minute more than every other group of white people, vehicle, ideology, etc., has ever had. All they've been doing is losing. So even 1 minute of victories is more than they're achieving. That's a great question, man. Something for us all to think about, because it's a really personal thing
that I think can depress and discourage Black pill, but we can't let that get us down. Like I said, my thinking is always, those SOBs did this. They did this to my environment. They did this to me. They did this to the people who educated me, and I'm going to show them. Nothing's going to stop me. Just be like I have in my story. You want to reach that point where when your feet hit the floor, no matter what state, no matter how far you think you are from the ideal, when your feet hit the floor, you want, in a metaphysical way, to know that the anti-whites tremble at the thought of it. You are the ultimate Westman when they know your work and your deeds and your accomplishments for white well-being. Great question. We deserve some more Christmas music for that. As we listen to the Christmas music, we are going to get on our feet and we are going to be celebrating raucous emojis, exploding Christmas emojis, Christmas trees, swashbuckling flags, crowns and gems. And we begin with first, last, $100. $100 to white well-being, 100 financially gifted dollars to the recapture of our destiny. Give it up for this hero. And he wants to remind us to not call Vance JD, but to always refer to him as BJ, and that we will do. God bless you. Thank you for the reminder. $100 from First Last. What a champion. $100 over here. And keep those applause, raucous emojis, flags, hearts, flowers going for Corey, who financially gifted $50. The great champion Corey comes in with a $50 financial gift here in the remaining minutes of our Church of White Well-Being. $50, and he says with those 50 for ending anti-whiteism. Well done, my brother. Thank you so much. Looking glorious. I'm going to be looking at what you all are saying, so keep tagging me. Okay, he's on Rumble. Okay. First Last said, not a mountain. They don't make a mountain out of a molehill. They make a Mossad out of a menorah. Yeah, they do. First Last, I do like that. Abstraction, distraction. Text that to me, brother. Yes, another. So we got the $100 from him, and now over here he's like, "How about abstraction?" That's what it is. It's an abstraction distraction. Perfect. That is awesome. Big salutes. Abstraction distraction. That is exactly what they are. Doesn't know if he doesn't want to be celebrated for doing so. But one of our champions from the OT is the reason for Robbie Starbuck using the lexicon. We have receipts. Hey, if he's cool, I can't see why he wouldn't be with being celebrated. Let me know, though. Let me know in the live chat. If it's not this Sunday, it'll be next. But let me know in the live chat. Yeah, Robbie Starbuck didn't say that in a void. That's why we're celebrating it. So let me know, though. Tag me if you find out anything. Yes, it was one of, but I don't know how many of the OT was working on him. That's, I guess, another thing. How many of the OT have been in his comments? Is Wes still with us? Henry says, I often think I could have gone to a beautiful school with beautiful white girls, and it would feel like a real fantasy. But I will show that beauty through my art, and all will want it. Henry, God bless you, man. Absolutely. Yeah, we could have been born into the tutelage of Dean Danger. And the schools would be glorious. Marble statues of our heroes. You can't even imagine. Our real latent talents nurtured so that they grow into giant redwoods in our lives. You really have to want to avenge yourself, our people, against anti-whites for doing what they've done to us. Make no mistake about it, it would be very difficult to find an aspect of your life that was detrimental, that anti-whites didn't either cause 100% or some significant amount. It would be very difficult just because of the dominance of anti-whiteism for generations. When you go free, who and what you are. Reading from page 79. When you begin. Oh, by the way, I wanted to mention that I wonder if the censorship of this stream on X is a result of me running an advertisement on X where I highlight that Elon said the ADL was anti-white. He said anti-white racism. So in the advertisement, it shows his tweet, and then it says anti-whiteism is the word for that. And then I mention that in this book, we talk about it and where it is found in that dictionary that the great Final Blossom found for us. 50-year-old dictionary, anti-whiteism, anti-whiteism in there. So I launch that advertisement, and a couple days later, I go to stream, and the stream is censored. That's an odd coincidence. And I also am going to put a little challenge to the conservatives out there who follow the Cuck-servative content creators. If Kash Patel doesn't, when he hits leadership role at FBI, if he doesn't immediately tell us all about the 2 assassinations on Donald Trump, everything. We want to know everything. Who was the guy who shot the assassin? We want to know why he was there. What does the FBI know about it? How long did the FBI know ahead of time? What about the second assassination attempt? What does the FBI know about? How long has the FBI known about this guy? Has the FBI been helping him? If Kash doesn't tell us about that, if Kash doesn't tell us about the FBI's involvement in Patriots Day, if he doesn't tell us about the involvement in Patriots Day, how about the clients list for Sean Combs and Epstein? When he hits the FBI, if he's everything these people are excited about, let's see the entire client list for Epstein and Combs. Let's also find out about, when he hits the FBI, JFK. How about that for another one? Let's learn about JFK. If Kash is really as amazing, and this is what white people do, this paternalistic patting on the head and cheering for non-white people who share our views. If he's really this amazing, then let's hear all about JFK. In fact, let's hear about COVID. What did FBI know about COVID? What was their role in COVID? What was their role in silencing people who spoke out against what was being claimed about COVID or what was being claimed about the vaccines? What role did the FBI play in all of that? We want to know. So if Kash Patel is really this amazing that all of these conservative followers are so excited about him, let's hear about all those things. Let's hear about Russiagate. How about that? Let's learn about the FBI's role in Russiagate and all of the wrongful persecution of Donald Trump. Let's hear about it. If Kash Patel is that amazing, with all of these white women of both sexes applauding this guy, so excited, I guess we're going to find out about all of these. If these things are not revealed by Kash, well, maybe they were cheering for the wrong guy. When you begin going free, your speech is white
positive speech. Your actions are white positive actions. White well-being matters to you. You are concerned with your own, your family's, and your friends' health and welfare, and you know that these things cannot be achieved in any lasting and meaningful way in the absence of our people's health and welfare. So, unlike the idiotic distractionists, unlike the academics, therefore, I guess I should say the academics, Cuck-servative content creators, you know that we are not going to be well individually if our people to which we belong is not well. In a world of collectives, individualism is suicide. We've been suffering this for generations. It's time to pop it out of your ass, pop your head out of your ass, and recognize this fact. Unlike the anti-whites who may temporarily advance, enrich, and empower non-whites through the victimization and ruination of Western kind, and therefore you as a Westman, your service to white well-being is a service to the planet and all living organisms on the planet, including all peoples. Ultimately, anti-whiteism harms everyone and everything. Therefore, opposition to it is a service to humanity and the world. I want you to have that in the forefront of your mind, because I'm going to tell you, I'm going to say it again. I'll read it again. Ultimately, anti-whiteism harms everyone and everything. Therefore, opposition to it is a service to humanity and the world. Why is this so important to have in your mind? Because if you are animated by that, if that thought is real in you, in the marrow of your bone, there is nothing that can stop you from moving toward that goal of ending anti-whiteism. Do you understand how important a moral matrix is? You are doing good for everyone by ending anti-whiteism. Have that on the tip of your tongue when you get into confrontation and be able to explain how that is indeed the case. Anti-whites will identify you with anti-white slurs such as racist, fascist, and demonized labels such as populist, third positionist, white nationalist, nationalist. But do not adopt demonized labels. You are a Westman, a white man, woman, or child, and a patriotic citizen of your country, nothing more or less. If you have previously labeled yourself with demonized labels, now is the time to drop the labels. To you, the labels of your choice had positive and fair meanings, but in the world's masses, such labels represent a host of meanings, motivations, and goals that are all objectionable, even evil. And you are none of those things. More importantly, you don't scare anyone with those titles. Moreover, the anti-white governments of the West increasingly add such labels to domestic terror lists. To self-identify as a label on one of those lists is to be, by legal definition, to identify as a domestic terrorist. You are practicing the dialogic of go free, a practice that is to the mind and soul of Western kind what nutrition and exercise is to the body. And I'm going to tell you right now, it's more important than nutrition and exercise. In my observation over the years, the anti-white will object to your service to white well-being by saying that we should care about everyone's well-being. And here, what kind of anti-white are you most often going to run into saying that? A cuck-servative. Why would they say that? Because they practice anti-whiteism. For them, the anti-white moral imperative is the social morale. That is the morality of our age. It is, for them, immoral to care about white people. Although, as they demonstrate, not immoral to care for non-white peoples and females. They'll readily go to war for them and mention them. But you will agree
We should. There are thousands of groups serving Jewish well-being, Black well-being, Hispanic well-being, Asian well-being, Arab well-being, and you are doing the same for white well-being. The anti-white should celebrate and endorse your concern for white well-being as much as he celebrates and endorses the well-being of non-white groups. But they won't. Which reveals his pretext about caring for all peoples, for what it actually is. An attempt to get you to surrender your service to white well-being so that he and others can continue victimizing us. And I want you to think of this specifically, is why I chose this, in the light of conservatives, Cuck-servative content creators, academics. Specifically, they want you to abandon your concern for the well-being of our people. They want you to adopt the well-being of everybody. And you do want the well-being of everybody. And you're doing that by ending the victimization of white people, which is clearly, easily observable to everyone. And you want to know why they won't talk about that victimization. You put them on the back foot. Penniless, I'm making heroes out of you. I'm making legends. I mean, let's be serious. I'm making legends out of you. That's what we're doing here. This is the chrysalis for the birth of legends. I'm not here to get to have a big audience to aggrandize me. If anything, if we can get a big audience, it'll be because, and my goal there would be to make the most legends. That's the work we're doing. Penniless whites are no less penniless as penniless non-whites. Whites suffering from disease suffer just as much as diseased non-whites. Whites who cannot find employment are just as unemployed as unemployed non-whites. And such white people are found in every country, county, city, state across the West. In fact, it is far worse for Westmen. The laws of our countries make us the only group that can be legally discriminated against in every area of life. The anti-white narrative, which establishes the morality of the West, defines discrimination as commendable when it advances, enriches, and empowers those that they do those things for at our expense. They want to call them victim, but they are privileged groups. Does the anti-white object to you improving yourself by going free of anti-white ideas and behaviors that undermine your life? Does he object? These are something you can actually say to people. Does he object to you working to put an end to the laws, rules, codes, and moral framework that unfairly inflict harm on innocent Westmen? Does he object to you protecting white children from the cruelest child abuse the world has ever known? A child abuse that teaches them that they are descendants of an evil people and that they are the only capable, therefore, of redemption by working to white erase their own kind, to wage war on their very essence themselves. You are white positive. You serve white well-being. Anyone who disagrees with your service is in service of white ill-being to various degrees, and probably anti-white. When it comes to vagues, the choice is theirs: to commend you, as they commend all non-whites who strive to preserve and protect their own kinds, or to reveal that they are anti-white by wanting all that is good for non-whites while wanting, or at best being indifferent to, all that is bad for whites. We'll take a quick look before we get out of here, ladies and gentlemen. What a glorious gathering this has been. Nothing but successes. Henry says, I use that line from the book in my class presentation. It's commendable when it furthers. Awesome, man. Gloriously done, Henry. God bless you. Tear up your classroom with love for white well-being and let us know about it so we can celebrate you. Nikita is trying to talk with me, and Slots is helping Nikita. Nikita says, you shouldn't counter-signal Patriot Front. First Last pointing out that they need to come our way. And that, yes, we should. I critique dumb. I critique destructive. When they have marched like they did, I think, the last time they were in D.C., and they were very peaceable, and I didn't have anything negative to say. They didn't do anything bad. When they went into Baltimore and they painted over non-white murals in non-white parts of town and understandably would be scaring the non-white children there, that's a critique. That should be critiqued. I criticize dumb. My goal is not that any group that could claim that they care about white people to be looked upon fairly and blithely or kindly. My goal is to end our victimization. That's our goal. That's what we do. So Patriot Front should be talking about us. Patriot Front should be saying, hey, the No White Guilt guy is doing magnificent work. That community is accomplishing magnificent things. That's what should be happening. If Patriot Front decides to give up any of the ugliness that it still is shrouded in, I don't know. I'm not paying attention. They decide to go free and they're going to march out and they're going to spread the word of white well-being. That will be magnificent. I will happily embrace them. As an advocate for white well-being, a white positive advocate for white well-being, I am a redeemer. I want to bring white people into the service for white well-being and ending our victimization. There is no violent path or voting path or anything like that to the end of our victimization. We are doing it with this. No one else has accomplished anything for generations but misery for the West. Thank you for your thought, though, and question. I don't see anything else there. We do have one more from some guy, $5 more from some guy says, is the foundation getting the corporate contributions yet? They coming out of my check. I want to be sure it's going to the right place. Well, I will make sure at the Foundation for White Wellbeing. That's what you are speaking to. You can tag me in the chat on Entropy to make sure before we roll out of here. If it's not there, then let me know. Tag me about with the destination. Thank you so much for that, brother. Brother, some guy. Just making sure we didn't miss anybody. And Land of the Fake saying that Rousseau is pretty conceited over there on Odyssey. Wow. We had an epic gathering, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, big salutes. I want this. Merry Christmas, good Yule, Happy New Year coming up. This is the end of 2024. Make this an explosive year for white well-being. By the Spirit of the West, we've not received any corporate donations to the foundation. So some guy, if that was the destination. We've not received that. So let me know otherwise on Entropy. Thank you very much. Biospirit of the West, in charge and working hard. We are going to continue changing the world. We are going to continue celebrating our successes. We are going to continue marching on through this next 4 years and the ups and downs of the Trump administration, the successes and failures. I assume there'll be a lot more disappointment than gladness, than happiness. But we are going to benefit either way. It's kind of like the big money, the tycoons, and they make money in the stock market, irrespective of the direction it goes. We are going to make ground up for white well-being, the end of our victimization, no matter what is happening in the rest of the world. Keep that in mind. You are a hero. You are a man and woman of the West. You are a champion. You were meant for this. That's how you found your way here. And I will see you all in the coming days. Love you all. Merry Christmas. Good Yule. Go free.